great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity.
Yeah, welcome back, dear viewers. Hope all of you enjoyed the demonstration of these extraordinary powers. So now let us enter into this next segment and understand who is Devi Parashakti. The description of Devi from Dhyana Shloka states, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body with the triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other unfurling a red lotus. From the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka. And it continues on. I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion, and holds the noose, the goad, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hand. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima, and she is the self within me. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source, source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidana, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. In the words of Devi Parashakti herself, describing herself, raising as Omkara, expressing as the Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Limkara, filled as Parashakti, living in the 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is the Kailasa Shikura Chintamani, Parashakti, sitting as part of Paramashiva and Parameshwari, who rules the worlds, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi. As Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness, Hiranya Garbhasvarupini, Paramanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rabala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraj Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing, listen people, to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nithyananda. I came down as Nijavatara. And Devi continues on, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, the powers of existence, the expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three, as the three Shaktis, Jnana, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as the five Panchavadas, beyond the six chakras, filled as the Gotras of the seven Rishis, expanding as the eight directions, blossoming as the 10 Indriyas, being as the 11 Rudras, creating all the world, bringing light, hell, and make truth blossom, and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. So how can we receive Devi Parashakti? In the words of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself, literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen. Watch the Devi Darshan. The coin is considered the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be even the lowest value. In India, it can be even 1 paise. In the US, it can be even 1 cent. I am not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent. It is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. and offer that to Devi. After the darshan is over, do namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf and betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect those coins and send them to the LA temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. So how can we set up our tambulan? You can set it up with 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin. You can offer that on a plate to Devi Parashakti every time you have darshan. You put it in front of your screen and receive Devi and the grace and blessings of Devi. And you will see how much your connection with Devi grows with this simple gesture, and how much you experience Devi in your own life. So now with this, we will be concluding this program and we'll be entering into the next segment. You'll understand some of the various revelations made for Devi Parashakti. As all of us know, Devi has been continuously guiding us and blessing us during this time and has been revealing profound sacred secrets of the world, and in order to protect and to guide humanity at this time. So now let us stay tuned and understand what Devi Parashakti has revealed for humanity at this time. So first, let us understand the compassion of the avatar in the Guru Pataka Stotram, composed by Adi Shankaracharya. The very first verse describes how the Guru Patakas, the sacred feet of the Guru, is the boat that helps us cross the Ananta Samsara Samudra, the seemingly endless ocean of samsara or suffering. And in the first, Adi Shankaracharya described, salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which is a boat which helps me cross the endless ocean of life, which endows me with the sense of devotion to my Guru, and by worship of which I attain the dominion of renunciation. Many of us have been feeling stuck in the same storming and raging ocean, being unable to navigate ourselves and lost in the overwhelming vastness of the suffering that surrounds us during the pralaya, the great deluge. Our loved ones are dying due to the pandemic. Our homes are being destroyed due to natural disasters, and social institutions are crumbling around us. The Cosmic Mother has come down to alleviate the suffering of humanity at this time. It is at this time that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the incarnation of the cosmic consciousness, had, out of his love and compassion, having taken the spiritual responsibility for the superconscious breakthrough of the whole of humanity, is manifesting Devi Parashakti, the cosmic mother, and guiding and healing the whole world, as literally the boat that sails us through this pralaya, the cosmic deluge. Devi Parashakti is herself manifesting through the Nijavatara and answering each of our prayers, granting boons, healing us, manifesting miracles, removing all of our pain and suffering. And Devi has not just ascended to us individually, but also as a humanity at large. And Devi Parashakti has guided the whole of humanity in the form of revelations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And by showing us the future regarding global issues, the COVID pandemic, natural disasters such as fires, floods, and more, and even the twisted human conspiracies and underground wars which have not surfaced to common knowledge as yet. In this segment, we will be elaborating on the statistical, scientific, and scriptural references of each sacred revelation, which is manifested precisely as the same guidance emerged from Devi Parashakti for us to imbibe deeply and to start following as Devi Parashakti continues to protect us until this storm ends and we are safely harbored at the shores of our consciousness. So now let us understand what Devi Parashakti has revealed about the 8 methods to protect yourself from COVID-19.
Ishwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தோம் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட நன்மையை தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தே மாந்தர்கள் கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம் 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் 1, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4 நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5 சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6 நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7 பூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள் 8 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்பு.
So now let us look at the translation of Devi's revelation. Devi revealed, "O humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection, corona. Through these 8 ways, praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through social media, wherever I am residing, worshiping me by doing the fire walking, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on me every day, being in the unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss." Doing the Ajaba Ajaba, the cosmic sound, Shiva, 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 with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the heels and going to sleep, being in the state beyond remembrance or forgetting, in the Aranasana that blossoms as aham, aham, in the everyone who thinks of corona, they don't have fear and delusion of corona. You will live with prosperity, with wisdom and fortune. Me with you, you as me as you. You will live good life, even if you do one of these 8 ways. I will protect you. Corona will not reach you. Don't have fear, O people. Be blissful. In the above revelations, Devi Parashakti has revealed the 8 methods to protect all of humanity in COVID-19. We're now going to So the first method is by praying and meditating on Devi Parashakti. And science has extensively studied the benefits of meditation, and Healthline has published 12 of these science-based benefits. The first is that it reduces stress, it controls anxiety, it promotes emotional health, it enhances self-awareness, it lengthens the attention span, it may reduce age-related memory loss, it can generate kindness, it may help fight addictions, it improves sleep, it helps control pain, it can decrease the blood pressure, and it is easily accessible anywhere. And a study has been published by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and it shows how meditation has a direct impact on both our physical as well as our mental health. And another study by the Cambridge University Press reiterates the necessity of meditation during times of crisis, such as COVID-19. So research has been published by Everyday Health, which shows the benefits of prayer and spirituality and how it protects the emotional health. And this is by offering a bigger sense of purpose, by providing social support, by lifting the spirit, and by helping you cope with difficulties. So now let us listen to what the avatar has revealed directly about the impacts of meditation on the brain and how the avatar has directly demonstrated these impacts through scientific experimentation.
Nithyananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murli Krishna, President COO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that. Because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They are replicable. You can replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions and we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one He's 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here. Right in the middle. Probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was, Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that light right here? So what's interesting was, I've never seen that before in my life, so the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swamiji showed, but this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area. And when you have any pleasurable feeling in your body, created through dopamine, it's a neuroreceptor, it's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. It basically evokes pleasure chemical. If you eat, the same thing is with, visual pleasures you have. Beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure. It's mediated through dopamine. Everything that human being experiences involves dopamine. But what's interesting is that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is the dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for divine spot. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine smile. What's also interesting is that, he could, at will, go in and out of those states. Those are some of the findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind and brain and the body. It's a fascinating field that, this is something that all human beings can relate to, can apply in our own lives. Not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing, known as Nithya Spiritual Healing, has been baffling the medical world, curing diseases from migraine to cancer. Qualified people are also initiated to become healers. The complete report of the research conducted on Nithyananda's neurological system can be Mystic Phenomena Scientific Data.
Yes, now that we've understood about meditation, let us look at prayer and understand a little bit more about prayer as revealed by the Supreme Consciousness itself.
If you are not allowed to do yoga, made to believe early morning sleep is the best thing in your life, you are tortured, you are abused, your divine rights are violated. If you are constantly inspired to do yoga early morning, Brahma Muhurta time, and everyday puja, sit that 30-40 minutes and melt down by feeling connection. Understand? Nothing can be compared to prayer to bust your stress. I tell you, prayer is the best stress buster. Deep feeling connection and tears rolling in your eyes and melting down. Prayer to Paramashiva. Intense yearning, Vyakulata, talking to Paramashiva, relating to Paramashiva. Nothing can be compared to that to bust your stress. I tell you, every day puja is ultimate recharging experience. If you do everyday puja, the kind of the stress-free life you will live, your whole biological clock will be aligned to Kailasa. I tell you, I have seen the people who have the habit of Nitya Puja live long. Not just long, happy. In my whole life, it is Nitya Puja, Puja, that gave me all the best things of life. Everyday puja, relating with the deities is the best stress buster. Touch the deities, do decoration, dress up. Even now, my best time of the day is sit with my deities. When I sit with my deities, dress up the deities, jewel them, spend time with them, talk to them, intensely pray, deeply connect and pray. Understand? You do not know the power of Archavatara. God landing in physical deity form. Never underestimate the power of Archavatara. The Archavatara is equivalent to living avatara. What living avatar can do to you, an Archavatara can do. Atma Linga I am giving to all of you is literally living Archavatara. Is a piece of God. Literally.
And the next method that Devi Parashakti has revealed is by surrendering to Devi through social media. So during the Akashic, Parashakti gives us the opportunity to connect with her through various social media platforms and attends to us individually through our prayers and showers us with blessings and boons. Let us now see how we can connect to Devi Parashakti through social media. So the first way to connect with Devi is through YouTube. So you can visit Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and you can go ahead and join as a member. And once you've joined as a member, you can ask your questions during the live Parashakti Akashic readings in the comment section. Next method is to get via Facebook. So you can go ahead and like and follow Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. And once you've done that, you can ask your questions in, again, the live Facebook, under the live Facebook video in the comment section. The next way is to connect via Twitter. So you can follow at Sri Nithyananda on Twitter and ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar. And the next way is to connect via Instagram. So you can follow Sri Nithyananda on Instagram, and you can ask your questions in the comment section. And lastly, you can connect via WhatsApp. So you can visit kailasa.org and you will see a WhatsApp chat box that pops up. And so you can ask your questions in this chat box here. You can watch a short video clip of Devi Parashakti blessing people.
என் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள்.
So you too can receive blessings like this from Devi Parashakti and ensure that you are staying protected from COVID-19. So now let us look at it revealed by Devi Parashakti. Sorry for the technical glitch. We'll be right back with the slide. As we are waiting, we can go ahead and take some time now to go ahead and join as a member of Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam YouTube channel. So as Devi revealed, this is one of the easiest ways to connect with her and to ensure that you are constantly staying connected, protected, and in the high state of enriching and with Devi's continuous blessings. So it's a very simple process. As we saw earlier, you can just go to Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam YouTube channel, and you can click the join button next to the membership button, next to the subscribe button. And once you've done that, you can choose whichever level of e-Kailash you would like to be, and you can go ahead and join as So the next method revealed by Devi Parashakti, sorry for the technical glitch. So the next method revealed by Devi is to worship Devi but wherever she resides by doing the fire walking. So fire walking is an alchemy process, and our rishis and munis have been adept and master in every field, in the words of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself, whether health or keeping the society safe, and every field. So all the vratams, the pujas, the spiritual techniques, the religious rituals, anything they design is highly scientific and directly useful to the life. Coronavirus will not affect you at all because that fire walking time, the small blisters you get just shoots up your whole immunity. That power, the power to protect yourself from any virus or any problem, it's actually a powerful technique. It's a very powerful technique followed in those days, especially during this season. Especially that is done very traditionally, systematically. If you had even small blisters, and even if you did not have any blisters, you are protected already from corona problem. You will not be affected at all. Corona will not work on you. It will not affect you, and don't worry. It is a traditional way of making you immune. Actually, it's a traditional vaccination process. It's 11 feet length, the burning live charcoal on which you are supposed to walk, with the traditional powerful music, which activates your limb system, that mukulam, we call it in the back of the neck. This music will feel like it is hitting the back of your neck, and your whole detox system will be awakened. In that peak altered state of consciousness, you should walk on fire. Not just like that, you will walk. You will first awaken, trigger the detox system, and then walk on fire, the 11 feet fire pit. And if you do for one fire walking, you are absolutely protected from corona. Pray to Mahamadiam and do the fire walking. That is it. It's like a traditional, powerful vaccination. Pray to Parashakti Mahamadi and do the Patipatni Vratam. Do this traditional fire walking, and you are absolutely protected from coronavirus. No need to panic. Traditional vaccination, traditional, natural, organic, no bad side effect vaccination is the Hindu fire walking. So now let us understand the science behind fire walking as revealed by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism.
All these transmutation processes means balancing the system and awakening the whole consciousness to your whole body is what I call transmutation processes. Some parts of your body becomes insensitive to the existence because of the job it is doing, like a feet, because of the continuous walking, it becomes insensitive. Your cheeks, how they are sensitive, they don't become they lose sensitivity to the reality. But for the complete Kundalini awakening, your whole body needs to be alive and experiencing the reality and ability to experience the higher consciousness. That is the reason we have the process of fire walking.
About fire walking now that we've understood, revealed. And you can watch this video of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism doing the fire walking. So a study conducted by the U.S. National Study of Medicine, the National Institute of Health, regarding the various effects and benefits of fire walking has established how fire walking actually increases the levels of happiness and lowers levels of fatigue in those who participated in fire walking versus those who did not. And the next method is by applying turmeric on the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on Devi Parashakti every day. So you can actually understand the various benefits of neem juice as revealed by the Supreme Concept of Buddhism. You can watch this video on YouTube when you have a moment. So let us understand what modern science has to say about turmeric. And traditionally, turmeric is known for its anti-inflammatory effects. And recently, though, it has been shown in the last few decades to be a potent immunomodulator agent that can modulate the activation of T cells, B cells, macrophages, neutrophils, natural killer cells, and dendritic cells, which are all immune cells. And curcumin can also downregulate the expression of various pro-inflammatory cytokines and chemokines. This research from the U.S. National Center for Biotechnology Information shows that turmeric can modulate the activation of various immune cells as well as enhance the body's antibody response. So this essentially boosts your immunity. And with a strengthened immune system, you will be much more likely to stay healthy and protected from COVID-19. And in India.com, it was reported that neem can help in fighting against corona. And turmeric and neem are effective also against coronavirus, according to a KGMU study. And the next method is revealed by Devi Parashakti is with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the heels and going to sleep. So here is how you can do this. It's a very simple process. You can just put onion or banana peel on your heel, put a sock over it and sleep, and this will completely detoxify your whole body and, of course, protect you from COVID-19. And Medical Daily has published about the detoxifying effects of onion. And it states that onion contains amounts of sulfur compounds, which not only give onion a recognizable smell, but are also powerful detoxifying agents. And with more than 100 sulfur-containing compounds, which are what cause the eyes to tear, onions can help prevent and treat ailments from diabetes to heart disease. This is why onion is very well known in Ayurveda and traditional Hindu medicine for its medicinal purposes. And a review in the Journal of Phytotherapy on the detoxifying effects of onion has stated that compounds from onion have been reported to have a range of health benefits, which includes anti-carcinogenic properties, anti-platelet activity, anti-thrombotic activity, anti-asthmatic, and antibiotic effects. And the next method revealed by Devi Parashakti is to be in the unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss. So let us understand the science of unclutching as revealed by the Supreme Concept of Buddhism itself.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still,
we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people, about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank, right bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water. The next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, there is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. Is similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds, it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains, there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above, silently, like Dakshinamurti. should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
Now that you've understood the science of unclutching, you can take a few minutes in your time, in your day, when you get a few minutes, to experience this state of unclutching. You can sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, have your eyes closed, and intensely chant the Mahavakya. Do not engage with any thoughts or emotions. Purely let the space of unclutching manifest in you. Chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So you can also listen to the Mahavakya online as you are practicing unclutching. And when you are doing this, you can also enter your minutes for peace at kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. We will be projecting that in a few moments. And now let us move on to the next method as revealed by Devi Parashakti. The next method is to do the Ajaba Ajaba of the cosmic sound Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. And a study at the National Library of Medicine on the benefits of chanting clearly establishes how doing the Ajaba Ajaba, the chanting, has a direct and positive benefit for the physical health as well as the mental well-being. The study correlates the chanting of the Ajaba Ajaba to the vagus nerve stimulation used as a treatment for depression and epilepsy. Here you can see the rest of the study. And another study conducted by Dr. Masaru Emoto establishes the human intentions, words, or thoughts can actually change the molecular structural formation in water. This interesting research clearly depicts that how when water is being exposed to positive sound vibrations, the molecular formation in the water changes to a pleasant formation, whereas any negative sound vibrations or words can disfigure or distort the water molecular formation. So you can see how water molecule, how the water molecule becomes these beautiful snowflake-like structures when it is exposed to positive sound vibrations or words like passion, thank you, wisdom. And when it's exposed to negative sound vibrations, you can see like heavy metal music or words like I will kill you or you fool. The water becomes completely disintegrated and disformed. And you can imagine what happens inside of your body, which is composed of up to 60% water when you are chanting the Ajaba Ajaba, powerful sacred mantra. Sorry for the technical glitch. So if you would like to practice the Ajaba Ajaba or the unclutching, you can go ahead and do that. You can also play the Mahavakya and experience this state of unclutching of the Ajaba Ajaba. And when you are doing this, you can go ahead and sign up your minutes for peace at kailasa.tv/minutes for peace, and you can become a part of the Global Unclutching Initiative. We have the slide projected, where you can go ahead and sign up at kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. You can go ahead and sign up to be a part of the Global Unclutching Initiative. And the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has revealed that if 10,000 people can do this just for 3 months, we can have such a powerful superconscious breakthrough to the whole of humanity, because all of us are interconnected. We are not all islands. These are all fundamental truths. When you start unclutching Kailasa, it starts experiencing the joy, the bliss of you unclutching. Nothing goes to waste in this cosmos. So now we can look at the next method as revealed by Devi Parashakti, the 8th method. Devi revealed you can be in the state, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting, in the Arunachala Swarna that blossoms as Aham Aham in the Ananda Swarna. So just being in the constant state of remembering the divine and just being or forgetting, you will experience this beautiful state and also be protected from COVID-19. Very simple method. And each of these methods that Devi Parashakti are independently powerful enough for you to stay fully protected from COVID-19. And one of the first methods that Devi Parashakti has revealed is that you can pray and meditate on Devi in order to protect yourself from COVID-19. And in the next segment, we will be understanding how exactly we can connect Devi, how we can pray to her and meditate upon her and receive her blessings and grace. We'll be entering into the offerings segment very shortly, understanding how we can connect with Devi Parashakti. Sorry for the glitch. So as you all are preparing for this offering segment, you can go ahead and take a few moments to become a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel and constantly stay connected and constantly stay up to date about what is happening in Kailasa.
Nithyananda, and welcome back to this segment where we'll be learning more about the various offerings, the traditional offerings we can make to Devi Parashakti today as we get ready to receive her darshan and blessings. And in the Hindu tradition, it is customary to offer some token of gratitude, our token of love and devotion whenever we receive the darshan of the divine. When we visit a temple, when we visit God or Guru, we celebrate that happening, we celebrate the event with offering a small token of our gratitude and devotion, expressing our sacred sentiments to the divine. And this offering to the divine is a pure gift of love, devotion, and oneness. And when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. Offerings are not made out of fear and greed, but as a pure expression of our sacred sentiments for the divine. And when an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out only for the purpose of enlightenment. So now, as we get ready to receive Devi Parashakti with the traditional offerings that we would wish to offer to Devi, let us look at this Dhyana Shloka which describes the grace and beauty of Devi Parashakti. And this Dhyana Shloka is from the Mula Agama, Manonmani Dhyana. It describes Devi. Indunibhaveda Karavarninayanam Syat Pankajavarapayajapaksharasarayuktam Angahimabhushana Vichitravasanam Syat Tungamakutojvala Manonmani Swarupam. The translation for this verse: moon-like face holding Veda books on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower gracing in blessing hands, and one hand with Japamala. Beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining crown. Her name is Manonmani. And another verse that describes Devi Parashakti from the Mula Agama Manonmani Dhyana. This verse says, ध्यायेत् देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनिभवदनां वेदहस्तां दधानां सव्ये पद्मां वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणैर्विभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिभिः पूजितां देवीमेव मनोन्मणिं प्रतिदिनं कामार्थदात्रीं शुभाम्. And the translation for this verse: I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes, glowing like a moon and holding the Veda, lotus and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. And in the Hindu tradition, the divine element of gold is used in the various traditional worship, the ornaments and the offerings to the divine, the temple rituals. It is used in abundance in all of the worship and rituals. So let us look at the significance of the divine element of gold as described in this verse from the Atharva Veda. And this verse says, Tredajutam janmanedam hiranyam agnirekam priyatamam babhuva somasyaikyam insitasya parapatata apamekam veda samreta ahutatte hiranyam trividastvai vishe. The translation for this verse: triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was hurt. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apa, the watery molecules. Let that triple gold be for your long life. Gold is a divine element in the Hindu tradition. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of great spiritual significance of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears it and in anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Gold is present in all the Hindu scriptures, the Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, Puranas, that gold is the most auspicious and purest manifestation. Everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual fees were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. The horses and cows were dressed in gold. And the Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The river was called Hiranmaya, the river of gold in Rigveda. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavatini in Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering in gold. Deities are made in gold and meant energy for thousands of years, and it lasts. And now let us look at the way today. As we get ready to receive additional offerings can be made on the website www.kailasamela.com/sevas. So first we have the e-hundi offerings, which is similar to the hundi offerings in any temple, where you can offer any amount, any offering of your choice, and you can also offer in multiple currencies. You can make the e-hundi offering in multiple currencies and in any amount of your choice. And this is a pure expression of your love and devotion to Devi Parashakti. So let us, which describes Devi's love for true devotion. It says, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya, Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaratya, Sharvani Sharmadaini. The translation of this verse, it says Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fear. And if there's any fear in the minds of the devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant the autumn of our lives. When thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship then becomes stronger. Shambhavi is the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharadharatya is the one who is worshipped by Devi Sharada, Devi Saraswati herself. Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva. The Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadaini is Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. And you can make your offering of gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti through the e-hundi offerings as your kanika, your token of gratitude. And Devi showers you with her blessings and compassion. So you can make this e-hundi offering on the website www.kailasamela.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sankalpa chanting. And this is the offering of the conscious resolution that we make to the divine. And let us look at this verse from Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34, which describes the power of conscious intention. And in this verse, it describes Tayaitanmohyate Vishwam Shaiva Vishwam Prasuyate Saya Chittaja Vijanam Tushtaruthim Prayaschati. The translation for this verse, the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. And you can make this offering of the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, and be blessed with the fruition of all the desires and wishes that you yearn for. And you can sign up for this, for the Sankalpa chanting, the conscious resolution, on the website www.kailasamela.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu. This is the offering of the pure gold coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. Devi is described as Nama Parayana Prita in the Lalita Sahasranama. It means she who likes repetition of her various names. And this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the pure gold coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti, each coin is inscribed with one of the sacred names of Devi Parashakti. This is a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. And you can make this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the pure gold coin inscribed with the sacred name of Devi Parashakti. You can make this offering in any of 3 different denominations, and you can offer any number of coins as you would wish to. And you're blessed to imbibe the same divine qualities of Devi Parashakti herself her Ananta Kalyana Gunas, which are inscribed on the coins, the 1008 names which describe the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. And by making this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakas, you can also have the blessings of imbibing these very same divine qualities of Devi Parashakti herself. So you can make this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the pure gold coin inscribed with the sacred name of Devi Parashakti. You can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Mukta Anguti, the gold finger ring embedded with pearl. Devi is described in various verses. Devi is described as the one who is adorned and decked with pearls and gems. So let us look at this one verse which describes the beauty of Devi Parashakti, decked in pearls, gems, and jewels. This verse says, Muktam Purnendu Vaktra Prabham Shinjannu Pura Kinkini Manidharam Padma Prabhabhasuram Sarvabhita Palapradam Girisutam Vani Rama Sevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaram Nidhim. The translation for this verse: I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by the goddesses Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. And you can make this offering of the pearl finger ring, the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, and to be showered by the compassion and pure love of Devi Parashakti in all of your business. You can make this offering of the Mukta Anguti, the gold finger. Yes, we apologize for the technical glitch. So the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Padma lotus flower. And there are various scriptural references in the Hindu scriptures which describe the significance of the gold lotus in the worship of the divine. So let us look at this one verse from the Kamika Agama, which describes one of the many significance of the gold lotus flower. And this verse says, Ashtavidyeshwaropeeta kumbhavaranasamyutam sarve sasutra vastraadya hema pankajabhushitaah sapidana kurachascha pakva bilva palaprabha snapanadhyaya sammanvitaah. The translation of this verse, it says, all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with the lotus flower made of gold. And there are hundreds of scriptural references in the Hindu scriptures for using the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva, in the worship of the divine. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate, involving the consecration of the deities of worship or meditating on the mudras and asanas used during worship, involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower in the Hindu tradition. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called a lotus. The base of the Paramashiva Linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered a lotus, the one who is about to bloom. And you can make this offering of the gold lotus in any of 3 different sizes as you wish to, and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situations in life. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Metti, the gold toe ring, to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. And these verses from the Saundarya Lahari describe the beauty of the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. Let us look at these verses. And this verse says, Nakhaditi Sanchanna Namajjanatamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha. The translation for this verse, it says, You whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower too. And you can offer the gold toe ring, the Swarna Metti, to Devi Parashakti to adorn her sacred lotus feet and be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of life. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry. And Devi is described as Sudha Sharabhivashini, she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. And the Swarna Mangtika represents the nectar overflowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully opened with the sacred sentiment of gratitude. And you can offer the Swarna Mangtika to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. And you can make all of these traditional offerings, the traditional ornaments to Devi Parashakti and the various sevas on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And this verse from Saundarya Lahari describes the grace of Devi Parashakti's sacred lotus feet, the grace of bowing down at her feet, and the compassion she showers on. So this verse from the Saundarya Lahari describes that the illumining splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of the ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet, and her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. It states that the nails, which have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi, the tamoguna in the devotees, which is indicative of the ignorance in the mind of the devotees, and this ignorance is removed by constantly prostrating before Devi, and they attain the ultimate knowledge. So you can make this offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the most sacred ritualistic offering of gratitude from disciple to Guru. You can make this offering and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti and the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. And you can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Vastra Seva, the offering of the sacred cloth. And this is a traditional offering made to the divine as a token of gratitude for the protection of the divine during all difficult aspects of life. So you can make this offering of the Vastra Seva, the sacred cloth, to Devi Parashakti, and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti and of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. And here you can see a summary of all of the offerings that you can make on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The e-hundi offerings can be made in any amount and in multiple currencies. The Sankalpa chanting, the conscious resolution, can be offered. You can register for the conscious resolution on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And you can also make the offering of the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu, which is the offering of the pure gold coin, each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. And you can make this offering in 3 different denominations and as many coins as you would wish to offer. You can also make the offering of the Mukta Anguti, the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, and this offering can be made in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, the offering of the gold lotus flower can be made in 3 different sizes. Also on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. You can make the offering of the Swarna Metti, the gold toe ring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. You can make the offering of the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry, which represents the overflowing Nextara Chakra, and the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, which is the most sacred ritualistic offering of gratitude from disciple to Guru, and the offering of the Vastra Seva, the sacred cloth offering to Devi Parashakti. All of these offerings are available on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you can register for any of these offerings as your token of gratitude, your expression of the sacred sentiments to Devi Parashakti today, as you get ready to receive her darshan and blessings. And now let us take a look at the website where you can make all of these traditional offerings. So here we have the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And as we get ready to receive Devi Parashakti's darshan and blessings today, you can make the offerings, the traditional offerings of ornaments and sevas. You can register for any of these offerings on the website on the links on step 2. So you can make the offerings, the ornaments and sevas on this link on step 2, and you can also make the offerings of the e-hundi through this link. And if you'd like to make an intention to make an offering and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti to manifest your intention into reality, you can fill out the form on step 1. And once you've made your traditional offerings, if you would also like to make a conscious resolution and fill out the Sankalpa details for yourself and your family members, You can fill out the form on step 3. So the e-hundi offerings can be made in multiple currencies: the US dollars, the Australian dollars, the New Zealand dollars, the Canadian dollars, the euros, the Indian rupees, the Singaporean dollars, the Malaysian ringgits, the Great Britain pound, and the Chinese yen. And you can make this offering in any amount of your choice. And the traditional offerings of the ornaments or the sevas can be made on this website, where you can offer the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the pure gold coin in 3 different denominations, the Mukta Anguti, the pure gold finger ring embedded with pearl in 3 different sizes, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower in 3 different sizes, the Swarna Mitti, the gold toe ring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry representing the overflowing nectar from the Sahasrara Chakra, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the offering of the ritualistic offering of gratitude from disciple to Guru, and the Vastra Seva, the sacred cloth offering to Devi Parashakti. All of these traditional offerings and sevas can be offered on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And with this, now let us get ready for the next segments of this program, where we'll be learning more about the various facilities being made available, the care and well-being of humanity through the various de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa, and as being guided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself through this times of pandemic. So let us now get ready for the next segment.
Thank you, Ma Amrita. Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome back to this segment of Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers, which are Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. So what we learn from this segment today, so Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. We are going to learn the statistics across the world, the concerning statistics across the world on mental health and global peace across the world due to the COVID-19 pandemic. What are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa's contributions for global peace? Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, spiritual solutions for COVID-19, Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers, some glimpses, and why temple-based ecosystems, and UN recognizes Kailasa's contributions and join Kailasa's COVID Care Centers. So the crisis that we are under today, people around the world are trying to grapple with the grim reality that the pandemic is far from over. The aftermath of current calamity promises to be much more devastating. The greatest economics of the world are facing disastrous futures. Countries are facing off each other with a deep mistrust. Now let us see some of the statistics and current news. in Australia reported a record high cases amid the third wave of COVID-19. And in US, COVID-19 has killed more Americans than the influenza pandemic of 1918 to 19. The influenza pandemic of 1918 to 19 flu infected about 25% of the Americans and killed an estimated 0.65% with 675,000 deaths. And COVID-19 has infected more than 12% of Americans, killed about 0.2% with 676,000 deaths. From the COVID-19 has 676,000 deaths. The coronavirus pandemic has killed more Americans than the influenza pandemic of 1918 to 19. And Axios and the Associated Press both reported the grim milestone recently. And so it is recorded that the COVID-19 is now officially the US deadliest pandemic as the death toll crosses that of 1918 to 19 flu. People infected with alpha variant exhales 100 times more virus into the air than the original COVID strain. 6 feet distance may not be enough to prevent viral transmission indoors, according to a study in Washington. COVID-19 Delta variant is still the most concerning, says the World Health Organization's experts. In US, the COVID-19 pandemic is nowhere under control in the United States, says the Chief Medical Advisor, Anthony Fauci. He said, right now we are still in pandemic mode because we have 160,000 new infections a day. That's not even modestly in good control. In an interview with Axios, the US has reported 40 million cases of COVID-19 since the outbreak of the virus, over 4 million infections adding up in the past few weeks. The increase in COVID cases comes as the US administration earlier this month announced that it is planning to provide booster shots of vaccine as the Delta variant has become dominant in the nation and is wreaking havoc. The surge in Delta variant is driven by the low vaccination coverage in many communities across the US, according to the US Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Mr. Fauci says that in a country of our size, you cannot be hanging around and having 100,000 infections a day. You've got to get well below 10,000 before you start feeling comfortable. According to a report of World Economic Forum, the COVID-19 made the world less peaceful, as the increase in the violent incidences and fatalities creating the world less peaceful. And the younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and a depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. The average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and a depressive disorder, what it was in 2019, a 6 months period, was 11%. Now, during this pandemic, in just 1 month, in January 2021, it rose up to 41.1%. And some more statistics confirming the same, that the state of adults reporting the symptoms of anxiety and a depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. Stress in America 2020, National Mental Health Crisis. COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans. Nearly 8 in 10, which is 78%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10, which is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. and COVID-19 could exacerbate doctors' existing mental health burden. The more than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19 and 300 have died. Of the health workers who treated patients during the China's COVID outbreak showed signs of depression and showed signs of anxiety. The self-reported mental health among pregnant women and new mothers. Before the pandemic, the depression rate was 15%, and during this pandemic, that it rose up to 40.7%, and the anxiety was 29%. Now it rose up to 72%. Living under stay-at-home orders, 8 in 10 students are struggling with focus on school or work and avoiding distractions. And 50% of students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. Nearly 82% of women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disrupted by the pandemic. The World Bank, the global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic, a changed world. The pandemic is expected to plunge most countries into recession, with per capita income contracting the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. International Labour Organization. COVID-19 is a threat to peace building in conflict-affected nations. The COVID-19 crisis has worsened already fragile situations. The ILO is more aware than ever of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the time of this global pandemic. The Mumbai mayor says the third wave is here, and it is not coming, it's already here. A breakthrough infections found in 25% of health staff. A little over 25% of healthcare workers were infected with coronavirus despite getting fully vaccinated. A recent study has revealed, giving an insight into the breakthrough infections due to the Delta variant. The study, jointly conducted by the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, the maximum Delhi NCR found that the vaccination breakthroughs were far more common during the Delta outbreak in Delhi than previously reported. Then, now that we have seen the statistics across the world, the virus is now vaccine resistant and it is airborne, and it is not only causing the physical health fatalities, it's causing the mental concerns, mental health concerns, especially in the younger adults, and it's leading to the global peace. So how do we cope up with the current COVID-19 pandemic? It is important to address the COVID-19 pandemic, which is seeing another wave, destroying many more lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says the pandemic fatigue is setting in as a result of the continuous lockdown, is resulting in delusional ignorance. Holding on to the delusion and supporting this space of delusional decisions leads to delusional arrogance. Continuous lockdown leads to delusion thoughts like, so what, if I die, it's okay. I can live forever in this lockdown. Going out and then exposing oneself and putting the risk on yourself and the others with irresponsibility and insensitivity is the delusional arrogance. The global COVID virus pandemic has left the whole world desperately looking for answers. Life as it had been experienced even back in February 2020 is no longer recognizable. The drastic change is the order of the day, with people having to redefine the world with new paradigms of economy, society, faith, religion, and health. Blessed are those who have had the greatest fortune to be with the incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in their lives to carry them through this crisis. Join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Center with the link https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. World Health Organization's Peace and Health and Peace Initiative. Health and peace are interrelated. In the words of the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be a health without peace, and there cannot be a peace without health. If individuals and groups enjoy equitable access to health services, fulfilling their rights to physical and mental health, and health actors design neutral health interventions that promote trust and dialogue, and communities are empowered to cope with a violent conflict, then health is most universal, more universal grievances can be heard and addressed to generate trust around the health emergency concerns. Affected communities are more likely to make meaningful contributions to peace and reconciliation and to resist incitement to violence. Sustainable developmental goals. Making peace with the nature is possible. If we start now, making peace with the nature is possible. Even amid pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with the nature and set the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty by 2030, if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economics and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Now, let's watch a small clip on making peace with the nature. United States Institute of Peace. Amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID 19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflicts around the world while stemming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. Stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. Remarks to the General Assembly special session in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by the common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, and the private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits, and opportunities for all. Now let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa's contribution for the global peace. Vedic civilization beautifully describes Yastu Sarvani Bhutani Atmani Ivana Pushyati Sarva Bhuteshu Chatmanam Tadona Vigavukshate. Ishavasya Upanishad, verse 6. The global peace is the byproduct of individual bliss. Whenever an individual goes through a spiritual bliss, he manifests a beautiful, peaceful life for him and everyone around him. If he is powerful enough, he moves the whole city and manifests peace. He is more powerful, he moves the whole village, whole country. If he is powerful enough, like incarnations, he can move the whole world and manifest peace for them. So, global peace is the byproduct of the individual peace. So, how to achieve that individual peace? By practicing completion, by practicing unclutching, by taking responsibility for the global peace. So, let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explain about the completion, how we practice completion, and to get the individual peace, which leads to global peace.
Consciousness embodied in many bodies. Today I wanted to expand on the science of completion. How the science of completion can directly impact the consciousness you are carrying and the consciousness embodied in many bodies. Please understand, the more deeper you go inside you, means more deeper space you go inside you, more expanded you become, more one with everything, more oneness you experience. Because the more deeper you go, the more you experience the unified field of consciousness. Various words are used. Some of the Hindu traditions uses the word Atma, Brahman. Some of the Hindu traditions use the word Nirvana. Whatever word you may use, Atman, Brahman, Nirvana, unified field of consciousness, whatever. But one thing I want to tell you, the deeper and deeper you go in your inner space, you experience the vast oneness. The more superficial you are, the more incompletions you carry with others, even with yourself. The more superficial you become, even your own right hand and left hand fights with each other. Different Parts of you fights with you. Different thoughts of you fights with you. Even you fight with you, the more superficial you go, the more deeper you start traveling. First, you get integrated. The you fighting with you stops. Then, the people around you get integrated. They fighting with you stops. Completion with yourself, then completion with others, then comes completion with other things, not just living beings, even with inanimate beings. The completion starts happening. Even with a nature, completion starts happening. Please understand, the more deeper you travel, the more deeper you go, the more deeper you settle down, the more deeper you start living. Your cognition expands. Your cognition includes. Your cognition becomes more and more inclusive. More joy, more bliss, more knowledge, more enlightenment. Please understand. The more and more completion happens in you, you will see everyone around you feels complete with you. That is why I am saying, whether they have body or they are disembodied, in the deepest corners of your being, deepermost layers of your being, deepest parts of your being, you experience such powerful awareness, such joy. Going into the deepermost corners of your being not only is a joy, it's a power. Because suddenly you will see everybody around you, everything around you listens to you. It really becomes a vibrant power where the tendency to exploit is not there. Listen, that's a very important thing. Power without the tendency to exploit. Because as long as you feel the other person is separate from you, when you get the power, it will always be used for exploiting. Because the other person is separate from you, then naturally what you will feel? Let me suck all the possible energy, intelligence, time, talent, treasure. But when you feel the other person is your own extension, you will see, you will be showering so much, enriching so much. The power you have will not be exploiting, it will be enriching. I tell you, even if death comes at this moment, I can tell you very clearly, I can face the death directly and tell the death, I have enriched every human being more than what I received from anybody. I have given to every human being whom I met in my life more than what I received from them. My accounts is clear. I am ready. Come on, let's go.
My accounts is clear. I don't have debt. No credit card money to be paid, loans to be paid, no debit card, no credit card. My accounts is clear. Understand, when you feel everyone is your extension, the power given to you, the power you gain, see, any living is power. Powerful way. Even in that, you will become powerful. So any lifestyle you choose, you will get power in that field. Whether it is exploiting or enriching, murdering or raping or go on serving. Whatever lifestyle you choose, living is power. When you go into the deepermost core of your being and start living based on completion, I tell you, the first power you will experience is everything around you listens to you. That power will simply make you the best power you can have through living is power of enriching. Whatever you do, as I said, whether you live the life of enriching or exploiting, you will, I tell you, the power of exploiting brings more and more conflict within and without. And those conflicts naturally bring suffering. And the power of enriching brings more and more completion in you and in others. This full month, Nithyananda Sangha all over the world. The other day I was seeing, we have officially presence in more than 50 countries. As devotees, group of devotees, we have presence in 100 countries. All over the world, we are going to celebrate this whole month for Global Peace Month, impacting global peace. All of us this whole will live completion and do samskara dahana kriya, means burning the patterns which separates us from others, burning the patterns which are constantly keeping us in a superficial level. All over the world, we will be doing samskara dahana kriya, burning our patterns and leading us to more and more completion. And we also have special 3 Nitya Dhyana Yoga program teaching people science of completion and facilitating samskara dahana kriya. This month, 20th, 21st and 22nd, this whole month all over the world, all our temples, ashrams, centers, yoga centers, schools, colleges, universities should do samskara dahana kriya, should do the practice of burning all the incompletions and patterns which leads to conflicts, bringing more and more peace inside us and outside us, spreading peace. This whole month, let's impact global peace. Let us really contribute to the global peace, not just talking about it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Not just talking about it. Let's do it. Even if you teach the Samskara Dahana Kriya to 50 people in each area, each place where we have centers, ashrams, temples, two-way centers, yoga centers, even 50 people, each Tanidar teaches, enriches them with this science. The amount of suffering and negative waves, negative vibes reduction can contribute so much to the world. Please understand. One positive person can burn millions people negativity. Experientially, with evidence we proved, one positive person has already burnt at least 20 million people's negativity in last 10 years and brought peace. So each one of you, if you stand up as one positive being, one authentic, responsible, enriching being, I tell you, we can do so much to the world. It will be better place the time we entered. When we leave, it should be better place. That's all. When we leave the earth, it should be better place. So understand, inner peace is your birthright. Go to the depths of your being. Bring more and more completion into you. Completion with others. And start living Advaita. Today in the Inner Awakening session, it's all about completion with others. So last 6 days, literally, you worked so much, one by one by one by one by one, layer by layer by layer by layer. The completion with yourself. Now comes completion with others. Today, we are starting the science of completion with others. It's one of the most powerful science. Does so much to human beings, not just healing their relationships, even inside their consciousness, this inner space, so much of good is done. So much of awakening is done. See, when you have completed with others, the kind of strength you feel is the power of Advaita. Strength of Advaita. Today the Inner Awakening sessions are all about completion with others. We have long session today working on completing with others. So with this, because today we have a long session.
Now, Let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that self-transformation is the secret to achieve global peace.
Social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do. Socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the garden of Adam, Eve, there was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise, I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. You read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find a little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group.
Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help, because in the last 2000 years 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way. Social answer means, I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. Social answer means,
now let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that Sri Kailas is all about peace-based powerfulness.
Listen carefully. The space of Shanti, is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti-based Shakti, peace-based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace-based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace-centered powerfulness, powerfulness-centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti Mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything. All the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa. Listen carefully.
Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says every prayer in Hinduism starts with the peace and ends with peace.
Every chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times. Means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lost all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas, is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study. Google and study. Take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years, how many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure you yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion, neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the supreme pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings. International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need the global peace as a living possibility, and we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility of the real living Hindu. Anyone who wants to claim themselves as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace. Global peace is our responsibility. Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace. So you can also throw a challenge. See, if you are making a Hindu micronation, you can throw this challenge to each one, your friends, family, 10 people. Let them participate in the challenge and then create. Let them send the challenge to others. So I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus to become founding fathers of Kailasa micronation in your countries. You can also make a challenge, like how they made ice bucket challenge and all that. We can make a challenge. You form Hindu micronation and claim, I am the founding father of the Hindu micronation Kailasa. And then you can invite your family, friends for a challenge. 11 people. You form and you challenge 11 people and they also form and they spread. So let us start spreading. This project is my message on this International Day of Peace. Let us start working for global peace instead of just talking. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. This is the message. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. Global peace is responsibility of Hindus. We living, practicing Hindus, not only we should achieve the individual peace through unclutching yoga, meditation, we should also create an ecosystem where the global peace starts manifesting. This Kailasa Hindu micronation is the enlightenment ecosystem. I request every living practicing Hindu to manifest, do it. So the global peace can manifest from these Kailasa Hindu micronations all over the world.
Now, Let us understand the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism contributions for the global peace. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to revive a conscious world where the global issues at climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very root, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots levels to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human mind, body, emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. Some of the ways the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism provides spiritual solutions to combat the pandemic and other issues. Since the beginning of the global lockdown, the amount of contribution and activism Kailasa has increased multifold through the Paramashivoham program, which is an online program and free via Zoom sessions anywhere. If you are anywhere from the world, can attend, and following the Vedic calendar, every full moon and every new moon, Paurnami and Amavasya, new batch starts, and it's bi-weekly program which gives you conscious breakthrough, experiencing Paramashivoham, that I am Paramashiva. So join any one of the batch, at even as a single day program. Every day is a single day program also. So we can attend any single day and experience the Paramashivoham for yourself. You can join by paramashivoham.org/join. I repeat, paramashivoham.org/join. So through this Paramashivoham program, bringing the super consciousness, the breakthrough to the whole humanity. The Paramashivoham program has successfully completed 38 seasons. It started since March 2020, and not every single day this program successfully running for 16 hours a day. So join if you have not yet attended. Join this program and experience for yourself. The next is by starting the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna by contributing almost 3 million minutes now. And next is Paramashiva Sankalpa chanting, that is sacred Sanskrit mantra chanting 24/7 to heal the conflict problems each one facing via the Zoom sessions. And spiritual healing available to one and all 24/7, helping humanity to cope up with insecurity, fear, disease by empowering individuals to heal themselves, learn to cope up emotions like depression and tough situations in relationships, providing alternative solutions to worldly problems through power manifestation, initiating thousands every day into manifesting innate superhuman capabilities into the Kailas Courtyard sessions, providing healthy solutions like a technique to clear stomach with the Ayurveda solution, which ultimately brings clarity out to the spiritual truths and give a conscious breakthrough. In the long term, establishing self-sufficient communities, continuing and intensifying the service of the Annadan, that is free food, in Nithyananda Annalayas around the world, including Tirunamalai and Los Angeles, paving way to the New World Order starting the agriculture-based communities in Adi Kailas and several other locations. Peacekeepers of Kailasa offering various teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Hinduism prescribes various methods for global healing. One such is Maheshwara Puja, nullifying the collective negativity simply through the presence of the avatar and his order of monks, offering Maheshwara Puja to the natural calamities hit victims. Maheshwara Puja, everyone can offer on every Paurnami and every Amavasya, that is every new moon and every full moon. And Bhava Samadhi Darshan to raise the individual conscious breakthrough. Devi Parashakti, Akashic reading, that is cosmic revelations. Sorry for the technical glitch. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, spiritual solution for COVID-19. Society was created with delusional ideas of too many human beings, blind spots, and the decisions made from those blind spots. If the visionary of a civilization or country or nation has blind spots, when he develops the vision for it, the whole civilization suffers those blind spots. Now it's the time nature, Prakriti resets itself. Many of the blind spots based visions, ideas become important components of the society. This pralaya, which is happening, is melting down everything which is delusion based. The world as we know is gone. Let us celebrate God. This isolation, which is seemingly endless with an unknown future, which is compelling humanity to make 100% lifestyle change, is something to be deeply dwell upon. All problems need to be addressed only with spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. To stop people having mental breakdown, pandemic fatigue, collapsing, depression, destruction, and also give them a super consciousness breakthrough and revive the enlightened civilization, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously gives spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. Some of the spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions are unclutching, practicing completion, practicing oneness, practicing ajapa japa of Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, consciously build a deep feeling connection, yoga, puja, vegetarian diet, and nirahara samyama. It's time we all take responsibility to save humanity, to protect people from the pandemic fatigue, destruction. Let us try to enrich and enrich for everyone of these great spiritual solutions, especially the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna, which is practicing unclutching meditation, is available and it's free. Many of the solutions are free, available everyone on the planet Earth, and open for all, and take just few minutes to join in Zoom sessions and get the benefit from it. And Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna, people from over 50 countries continuously radiate the space of Paramashiva by practicing the unclutching meditation 24/7 and 7 days a week. It started from 13th May, Indian Standard Time, and at any given point of time, there are 4 to 8 zones actively unclutching around the world. You can join this movement by at joining this link at http://kailasa.tv/minutes 4 repeat, http://kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. The life solutions based on the ancient Hindu tradition, the meditation and yoga techniques. From the scriptures, the cognitions are rooted in the highest truths, the lifestyle based on living and radiating the higher values of life, and powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential form the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has launched the Minutes for Peace initiative, which aimed to reduce crime globally, conducting mass meditations around the world in parallel. In 2014, just after 2 years of launching the program, it crossed over 1 billion minutes of meditation. Scientific studies have shown the reduced crime rate after the participation in the meditation and completion techniques in 1976. It was found that when 1% of the community practiced meditation and pujas, the crime rate was reduced by 16% on an average. The current tally on the Minutes for Peace website is more than 4.3 billion cumulative minutes of meditation logged, including all the events, programs, festivals, and where people have gathered in large numbers and participated in meditations and rituals. The total count comes out to be a staggering 409 billion minutes for peace so far. You can see some of the glimpses where at an event called Shuddhatvaitam, where 5,000 devotees gathered and participated in a 48-day meditation retreat called Shuddhatvaitam. And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has hosted Kumbh Mela in USA at Los Angeles since 2007. Nithyananda Sangha is entrusted as the only organization to host Kumbh Mela outside India by the Akhila Bharatiya Akhada Parishad. In September 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has organized the first confluence for world peace to honor the memory of those who lost their lives saving others on September 11, 2001 at Irvine, California, United States. The second conference for the peace was held in Los Angeles in 2007 in collaboration with Vedanta Society, BAPS, ISKCON, Siddha Yoga, and other organizations. The Kumbh Mela festival spread fast to other countries, including Australia, Canada, etc. In 2009, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life, to promote feeling connection and oneness among people. During the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has conducted large-scale collective meditations and on September 21st, International Peace Day, to raise the collective consciousness. One of the greatest contributions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism contributing is initiating thousands into sannyas. Sannyas is our social responsibility. Let us save Hinduism and humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revitalized the monastic tradition of sannyas by initiating thousands of people into Nithyananda monastic order. The all-renouncing monks contribute the best things to human civilization, living their life with the cognition that life is for others. These monks and nuns act as the harbingers of peace and empowerment for the human society distraught with violence, depression, and other forms of life negativity. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages, that is, spiritual journeys, taking spiritual aspirants to high energy sacred spots such as the Himalayas, Kailas, Varanasi, Angkor Wat, and various powerful temples of India. Even though prevalent in India, this practice is rapidly losing its original context, turning into a recreational family vacation. Reviving the original spiritual context, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it possible for modern day human beings to benefit from the spiritual energy present at these centers and accelerate their journey of spiritual evolution, hence ensuring individuals and collective peace as a natural consequence. Food systems hold key to ending the world hunger. Effect of the COVID-19 pandemic, the UN has noted a dramatic increase in the world hunger. According to the state of food security and nutrition in the world, 1/10 of global population, as many as 811 million people, were undernourished in 2020, an increase of 118 million from 2019, according to the Eat, Lancet Commission. Moving toward the diet with the diversity of plant-based foods, low amounts of animal source foods, unsaturated rather than saturated fats, and limited amounts of refined grains, highly processed foods, and added sugars could prevent from 19 to 24% of all adult deaths each year. Under the Red Om project, which is a no hunger project, at the Kailasas de facto spiritual embassies through Annalayas at these Kailasas de facto spiritual embassies established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have served over 5 billion meals, organic, sattvic, vegetarian meals so far. Giving free food to all the citizens is the economic policy of Kailasa, deriving the reference from Vedas and Agamas. And recently, under the humanitarian initiative launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the opening of Kailasa's COVID care protection centers in India, where the monastery campuses have been turned into a multi-layer quarantine facility to safeguard the inmates against any possible point of contact with the outer world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened this service free to all people, regardless of an age, gender, caste, city, color, or socio-economic status. Food, shelter, internet, and all basic facilities, including medical care, are provided at these COVID care centers free of cost and for an indefinite time. The outcome has been a splendid zero infection rate so far among the participants, a feat not achieved anywhere else in the world, let alone in India. This response model of handling COVID-19 pandemic at a community level, along with the guidelines and recommendations for governments, has been recognized and accepted by the United Nations as well. And you can see some of the glimpses where participants of the COVID care program offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism enjoying a healthy, blissful, spiritual lifestyle in multi-layered protection. They enjoy a stress-free time following a spiritual morning routine, doing yoga, doing daily puja, and temple sevas, khara sevas, and celebrating festivals. So join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Center. Register now through the link below. https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. Now let us see the revival of the temple ecosystems. Now, in the times when COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the risk of the widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. Yet all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the e-Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Now, on various occasions, Devi Parashakti has revealed about the significance and importance to join the Adi Kailas, especially if you are in India, how important it is to go to Adi Kailasa during this pandemic. On 14th May 2021, Devi revealed that whoever comes to Adi Kailasa and does the good work of saving people from deadly corona, I myself will do all their good work. This is the commitment Paramashakti is giving you all. Parameshwari, I will do what I say. And the doors of Adi Kailasa will be open for all those who come with the trust. It will protect body and will give conscious health. It will also give highest powers, dharma, artha, moksha, jnana, powers, kama, and God beyond kama. Adi Kailasa life will give all the goodness. And on 31st May 2021, Devi revealed that the hell of Krimi Bhojanam mentioned by Vyasa in the Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling on India as a thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and preventing it is the only way. I have opened Adi Kailasa for those who want to save their lives. All of you run to Adi Kailasa. So when the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. And the various centers across India are Adi Kailas in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem, Tiruvannamalai, Rajapalam, Pattanam, Srirangapadi, Madurai, Avatipalam, Huzur, all from Tamil Nadu, and Baroda Adinam in Gujarat, and Sripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, and Puduvai Adinam in Pondicherry. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa, and spiritual services are also offered during this pandemic and cosmic revelations on global pandemic. And pre-social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India are medical care, allopathy, Ayurvedic, and Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances, ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks, and organic farming. Join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. I repeat, https://kailasa.org, KAILAASA, kailasa.org/kailasa care, KAILASACARE. With this, We are going to move on to the next part of our program after a very short break. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
mean by the word e-Kailasa? Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually, prosperity. It will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to compete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. Absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha.
Nithyananda, and welcome back to this segment where we'll be learning more about the various revelations of Devi Parashakti, about the responsibilities of Hindus, and as we prepare to receive the live darshan, let us learn more about these various sacred revelations by Devi Parashakti. So now, let's watch a video where Devi Parashakti revealed the sacred secret of Hindu birth, and this is from the 31st of May 2000.
நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள். உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில்
பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனித பிறவி. அந்த மனித பிறவியிலும் பலமுறை பிறந்து உழன்று அரசியல், பொருளாதாரம், சுகபோகம், தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம் எனும் ஆசைகள், துக்கங்கள், அச்சங்கள் அனைத்திலும் அழன்று உழன்று இனி வேண்டாம் இப்பிறவி, வேண்டுவது மோட்சமே என்று முடிவெடுத்தோர்க்கு மட்டுமே ஹிந்து மத யோனிஜம், ஹிந்து பெற்றோர்க்கு பிறந்திடும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம், மனித பிறவி உத்தமம், சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித பிறவி உத்தமோத்தமம். இந்த உத்தமோத்தம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோருக்கும் ஜீவன் முக்த விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் சனாதன தர்மத்தையும் காக்கின்ற கடமையும் உண்டு. அதனால் வருகின்ற நன்மையெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்கும் உரிமையும் உண்டு. இந்த கடமையை செய்வோம் என்று சத்தியம் செய்ததனால்தான் அந்த உரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. மயங்கி
Nithyananda, we apologize for the technical glitch. We'll continue watching this video where Devi Parashakti has revealed the sacred secret of Hindu birth.
ஊழிப் பெருவலியால் ஆசை அச்சங்களை உதறவிடாது, உதறியும் விடாது சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்தோரை உயிர் வாழத் தகுதியில்லாதவர் பட்டியலில் உடனடியாய் மாயை சேர்க்கின்றாள். அதனால் ராட்சசர்களும் அசுரர்களும் தானாகவே இவர்கள் உயிரை எடுக்கின்றார். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மம் காப்போம் என்று நிற்பவர்க்கு நிலைத்திடும் வீரஸ்வர்க்கமும் கைலாச பதவியும், எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் தர்மம் காக்க மறந்த உத்தமோத்தம ஜனனமான சனாதன ஹிந்து ஜனனம் பெற்ற மக்களுக்கு இல்லை வேறு கதி. சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித ஜனனம் உத்தமோத்தம மனித ஜனனம். உங்கள் உரிமை உலகில் அதிகம், உங்களுக்கு கடமையும் உலகில் பெரிது. தர்மம் காத்தலே கடமை,
தர்மம் காக்காதார்க்கு உயிர் வாழும் உரிமை இல்லை. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உத்தமோத்தம பிறவியான சனாதன இந்து தர்ம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்வின் முதற்கடமை தர்மம் காத்தல். தர்மம் காக்க தர்மம் உங்களை காக்கும். சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்திட்டால் வாழும் உரிமையை நீங்கள் இழந்து விடுகின்றீர்கள். அதற்கு மேல் வாழ்ந்தென்ன அழிந்தென்ன? பூமிக்கு பாரம் குறையட்டும் என்று அசுரர்களும் ராட்சதர்களும் உங்களை உண்டு தீர்க்கின்றார்கள். அதையும் மாயை கண்டு சும்மாவிருப்பாள். பிரபஞ்ச ரகசியத்தை, பிறவியின் ரகசியத்தை உலகிற்கெல்லாம் உத்தரமாய்ச் சொல்லிவிட்டேன். புரிந்து வாழ்வில் நடந்து உயிரை பத்திரமாய் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அன்னை சொல்லும் அருள் சத்தியம் இது. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Yes, now let us look at the revelations mapped, Devi's words mapped into English. Devi says in this video, she has revealed, listen, Andajam, Yonijam, Jalajam, Bijam, like this in 4 types of births, in 84 lakh yonis. In all these births, the most greatest birth of them all is the human birth. Even in that human birth, being born and toiled many times, are toiled in politics, in finance, in luxuries, in dharma, artha, kama. And those who decide of not wanting this birth, wanting only moksha, only those will have Hindu dharma yonijam, the sanat of being born to Hindu parents. Human birth is uttamam, the best. Sanatana Hindu dharma, human birth is uttamottamam, the best of the best. Everyone who took this uttamottama birth has the responsibility of protecting the signs of living enlightenment and Sanatana Dharma. And also they have the right of experiencing its benefits. This right was given to them because of their commitment given by them to do this responsibility. After coming to Bhuloka, by getting mentally deluded and forgetting the dharma of protecting Sanatana Dharma, Maya, she is taken away all their soul. Understand carefully, I am giving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam only for those who gave the commitment of protecting Sanatana Dharma life. After getting the body, because of painful deluge, not dropping fear and greed, for those who forgot to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Maya, she will immediately add them to the list of those who are not worthy of living. Therefore, Rakshasas and Asuras are automatically taking away their life. Understand properly. For those who will permanently have Veera Swarga and Kailasa Padavi. For any reason, people who forgot to protect Dharma, having the Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth, there is no other way for them. Sanatana Hindu Dharma human birth is Uttamottama human birth. Your rights in this world are immense. Also, your responsibility in this world is large. Protecting dharma is responsibility. Those who do not protect dharma, they do not have the right to live. Understand properly. All those who took the Uttamottama birth, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, all of you understand. The first responsibility of your life is protecting dharma. If you protect dharma, dharma will protect you. If you forget to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living. After that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed? Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you, so that the burden on earth is reduced. Seeing that Maya, she will keep quiet. So now, let us look at the revelations about the responsibility of Hindus, the Hindu nation, making of the Hindu nation. Hinduism represents the world's most ancient yet progressive indigenous spiritual tradition. It is an open framework model of civilization that stands for global peace, vegetarianism, non-violence, yoga, worship of nature, temple-based living, manifesting spiritual powers and inherent divinity of every being. The Hindu nations were ecosystems where more and more enlightened beings could be produced, so that enlightened civilization could be kept alive and its great gifts shared with the world. Let us look at some references of the Hindu scriptures. The Rama Rajya is the Hindu nation which was ruled by Bhagavan Sri Rama, and this scripture, the Valmiki Ramayana Yuddha Kanda, chapter 128, verse 99 to 101. These verses describe Ramarajya as described herein. It says, there were no widows to lament, nor there was any danger from wild animals, nor any fear born of diseases. The world was bereft of thieves and robbers and robberies. No one felt worthless, nor did old people perform obsequies concerning youngsters. Every creature felt pleased. Everyone was intent on virtue, turning their eyes towards Rama alone. Creatures did not kill one another. Peoples survived for thousands of years with thousands of their progeny, all free of illness and grief. The trees there were bearing flowers and fruits regularly without any injury by pests and insects. The clouds were raining in time, and the wind was delightful to the touch. Every caste is satisfied with their own work and bereft of any greed. People were intent on virtue and lived without telling lies. All the people were endowed with excellent characteristics. All were engaged in virtue. And this is a description of the Rama Rajya from Valmiki Ramayana Yuddha Kanda, chapter 128, verses 99 to 101. And we also have the descriptions of the Hastinapur kingdom as it was ruled by Yudhishthira. And this description from Srimad Mahabharata, Ashwamedhika Parva, Parva 14, chapter 15. And here sage Vaishampayana, the narrator of Mahabharata, speaks to King Janamejaya, the grandson of the Pandavas. And it is described, Devas granted rains to fulfill all wants. The world became free of all disease. There was no hunger or thirst anywhere. There was no mental suffering. Those without livelihood were given livelihood. There was abundance all around. There were no worldly worries left for anyone. And there was no cause to fear either. Happiness on earth was in fact even greater than in the heavens. And this is the description of the Hastinapur kingdom under health, in the field of medicine, in the field of art, in the field of science, in the field of technology. In the field of aviation, in the field of dance and music, in the field of clothes and jewelry, in the field of judicial field, the Hindu nations have. And now let us understand how were these Hindu nations destroyed. The destruction of the first phase, which started with the Islamic invasions in the years 800 to 700 AD, where it was a physical destruction of the Hindu civilization. The Mohammedan conquest of India is probably the bloodiest story in history. The Islamic historians and scholars have recorded with great glee and pride the slaughters of Hindus, forced conversions, abduction of Hindu women and children to slave markets, and the destruction of temples carried out by the warriors of Islam during 800 AD to the 1700 AD. And millions of Hindus were converted to Islam by sword during this period. Millions more were raped and murdered and dismembered. And is from the story of this passage is from the Story of Civilization, Our Oriental Heritage, written in 1935 by Will Durant. So Will Durant says that millions were raped and murdered and dismembered. And another description of the first phase of the destruction by Islamic invasions. This description from Abdullah was in the Tazkiyat ul Amsar, which describes the Islamic law prescribed for Hindus as conveyed to Alauddin Khilji by his Qazi or legal advisor. And in this it is described, Hindus are like the mud. If silver is demanded from them, they must with the greatest humility offer gold. If a Mohammedan desires to spit into a Hindu's mouth, the Hindu should open it wide for the purpose. God created the Hindus to be slaves of the Mohammedans. The Prophet has ordained that if the Hindus do not accept Islam, they should be imprisoned, tortured, and finally put to death, and their property confiscated. To keep the Hindus in abasement is especially a religious duty because they are the most inveterate enemies of the Prophet. And this is again from Tazkiyat ul Amsar, written by Abdullah Wasaf in 1606. And here you can see the picture of Hindu women being forced to wear garlands made from the bodies of butchered children. And another description of the destruction of Hindu civilization in the Islamic invasions. Here is a Kanha Dade Prabandha, written in 1456 AD. And this description says the conquering armies burnt villages, devastated the land, plundered people's wealth, took Brahmins and children and women of all classes captive, flogged with thongs of raw hide, carried a moving prison with them, converted the prisoners into obsequious Turks. And here are some of the statistics. The statistics show that over 200 million Hindus were slaughtered by Muslim invaders. Over 100,000 were destroyed during the Islamic invasions, and over 1 million deities and sculptures were destroyed by the Islamic invasions. And the second phase of the destruction of Hindu civilization continued with the British occupation from 1700 to 1947 AD. And this phase was the economic and psychological destruction of the Hindu civilization. And let's look at this quote from Will Durant, a celebrated historian who commented on the British rule in India. And this quote is from his works in 1930. And Will Durant says, I have seen a great people starving to death before my eyes, and I am convinced that this exhaustion and starvation are due not, as their beneficiaries claim, to overpopulation and superstition, but to the most sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another in all recorded history. And here's some more descriptions and timelines of the destruction of the Hindu civilization during the second phase of the British occupation. And they used all possible means to destroy Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the indigenous peoples of India, so they would become slaves in their own homeland. The first way of delegitimizing and demoralizing the civilization was to have discriminatory laws to instill feelings of racial inferiority. The second method adopted was engineered famines to starve natives into submission. The British then annexed Hindu kingdoms to undermine native rule. They mistranslated Hindu scriptures to instill anti-Hindu narratives. They destroyed Gurukul education systems. They destroyed local industries and forced importation of British goods. They banned from owning or producing firearms. And during the British occupation, it was a member of the Indian Parliament, and the statistics show that over $1 trillion US dollars was looted from India over the 200 years, and over 45 million Hindus were dead due to famines and poverty imposed by British policies and reprisal killings from the 1857 mutiny, and over 680 native kingdoms were usurped by the British Raj. And the third phase of the destruction of the Hindu civilization, which is the phase of secular India from 1947 to the present day, where brown faces, British attitudes, and policies towards Hindus have continued the destruction of the Hindu civilization. And this quotation from the first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, has said in his prison diaries in 1935, he said, "What a disgusting savage people we are. Politics, progress, socialism, communism, science, where are they before this black religious savagery? India can never be a Hindu republic." So this is a statement made by the first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru. Of the Hindu civilization continued with other leaders of secular India. India's first law minister and principal architect of the Indian Constitution, has said in the Constitution of India in 1940, he said, "If Hindu Raj does become a fact, it will no doubt be the greatest calamity for this country. No matter what the Hindus say, Hinduism is a menace to liberty, equality, and fraternity. At any cost." And this is a statement made by a leader of modern secular India, by B.R. Ambedkar. And further destruction continues with the various governmental policies and the legal system in secular India. The modern Indian legal system, academia, and media all systematically undermine, suppress, and delegitimize Hindu institutions and culture. India's constitution established government control and taxation over Hindu temples, schools, etc., while from interference. Articles 26 to 30 of India's constitution discriminate against Hindus by giving special rights and benefits to non-Hindus, government benefits, scholarships, etc. Hindu kingdoms and self-governance were abolished. Anti-superstition laws were passed to criminalize Hindu practices. Mainstream Indian academics describe Hindus as sexist, racist, backwards, and oppressors. Negative media Hindus in Bollywood and on TV abound. So you can see some statistics here where some questions from a survey. It says, are places of worship controlled by state governments for Hindus? Yes. Muslims? No. Christians? No. Sikhs? No. Can more places of worship be brought under government control? For Hindus? Yes. For Muslims? No. Christians? No. Sikhs? No. Does government manage place of worship's finances? For Hindus? Yes. For Muslims, Christians, and Sikhs? No. Does the government manage place of worship administration, including religious rituals? For Hindus? Yes. For Muslims, Christians, and Sikhs? No. Can government dispose or sell place of worship assets? For Hindus? Yes. For Muslims, Christians, and Sikhs? No. Is the place of worship income taxed? For Hindus? Yes. For Christians, Muslims, and Sikhs, no. Can government use place of worship income for other purposes? For Hindus, yes. For Christians, Muslims, and Sikhs, no. Do practitioners have a say in the management of place of worship affairs? For Hindus, no. For Christians, Muslims, and Sikhs, yes. Can governments interfere in the management of educational institutions run by religious bodies? For Hindus, yes. For and this secular India, this is which continues to Nithyananda, I apologize for the technical glitch. And now let's continue to prepare for the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan, the Sundareshwara Sayujya Samadhi Darshan. So let us continue our next segment where we'll get ready to receive the live darshan and blessings of Bhagavan Sundareshwara. Welcome back to this segment where we'll be learning more and getting ready to receive the live darshan of Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi Darshan. And let us manifest the superconscious experience of the Shiva Sayujya Samadhi through the darshan of Irayanar Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva. Let's get ready for the rare, unique, powerful initiation into God equation to make human beings into multiverse species by Sundareshwara Paramashiva. So what is Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi Darshan? Watch a video where Sundareshwara himself describes this beautiful darshan.
Shave, shave, shave. Paramashiva, I will manifest the physics of my existence. Cognize this in your Hridaya Akasha, in the Gandha. You will experience my existence. Sundareshwara Paramashiva. The countless, uncountable, by any visualized, assumed mathematics, Brahmandas manifest in me, exist in me, get rejuvenated in me, get deluded inside me, gets liberated inside me. For all the countless Brahmandas to exist, to get created, to get sustained, to get rejuvenated, to get deluded, to get liberated. I am the space.
And beautifully, Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva revealed in this video. He said, I will manifest the physics of my existence. You will experience my existence, Sundareshwara Paramashiva, by any visualized, assumed mathematics, Brahmandas manifest in me, exist in me, get rejuvenated in me, get deluded inside me, get liberated inside me. For all the countless Brahmandas to exist, to get created, to get sustained, to get rejuvenated, to get deluded, to get liberated, I am the space. And let us now take a look at our world today, the current situation of the world, the risks, the environmental risks and the environmental situation that our world faces today. According to the United Nations, a new scientific report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, warns that we are on a crash course towards catastrophe if global temperatures are allowed to rise. The window to slow or even halt some of these worsening impacts is rapidly closing, and the message is clear: we must take action now. And we can see from this chart how the extreme weather, where it has led to a 170% increase in flood risk, in the existence of species, 18% of insects, 16% of plants, and 8% of vertebrates will be affected. 410 million urban residents are exposed to severe drought by 2100. And Arctic sea ice-free summers in the Arctic, at least every once in 10 years. The scientists foresee that Arctic may have ice-free summers once in every 10 years. And 28% of the world's population, or 2 billion people, will be exposed to extreme heat waves at least once every 20 years. 49 million people will be impacted by sea level rise of 56 centimeters by the year 2100, and lower economic growth at 2 degrees Celsius than at 1.5 degrees Celsius for many countries, particularly in the low-income countries, and lower risks to marine biodiversity, ecosystems, and their ecological functions and services at 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to 2 degrees Celsius increase in the global warming, and coral bleaching. Virtually all coral reefs are lost by 2100. If we have a 2 degree Celsius increase in global warming, the scientists expect that virtually all coral reefs will be lost by 2100. And the food, with every half degree of global warming, will consistently lead to lower yields and lower nutritional content in the tropical regions. So these are the various impacts of global warming as reported by the United Nations in their scientific report. And let us now look at this video by the United Nations about the state of our world today.
In 2019, fire was spreading throughout our planet, quite literally, in places like Australia and the Amazon basin, where forest blazes supercharged by climate change wreaked havoc. In other places, mass protests flared up, fueled by a combination of job insecurity, growing inequalities, and discontent with the current economic, social, and environmental status quo. The economy has slowed down globally, stifled by trade tensions and political uncertainty. The little growth we have had has failed to reach those who need it the most. Progress towards higher living standards has stalled for many countries and vulnerable groups of people. This has only deepened inequalities which were already growing in many countries, spurred on by automation, climate change, and other global trends.
And here we can see some more pictures of the current conditions in our world today. According to the World Health Organization, the total cases for COVID-19 is over 221 million to date. Healthline.com states that new COVID-19 cases have risen to more than 150,000 per day in the United States, and experts warn that with emerging variants, this could lead to another surge in cases. And it is at this time of crisis that Bhagwan Sundareshwara has come down to heal the world. In this time of crisis, Bhagwan Sundareshwara has come down to earth with such extreme compassion for humanity. He states, "O bound souls, listen intensely. Impossibility and irresponsibility made you surrender yourself to the delusion. Cognize the ultimate truth. Sundareshwara Paramashiva, I exist. Sundareshwara Paramashiva, I exist. The moment you remember me, call me, I am here for you." Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva is the greatest and unique manifestation of Paramashiva as complete manifestation. He assumes physical, subtle, light bodies as and when he wants, plays with all the physical reality and corrects, alters, intervenes, influences, changes, adds, removes, deletes anything in this physical plane as he likes without even a reason, just for fun. Sometimes they manifest as Meenakshi and Sundareshwara as two bodies, one being. Sometimes as both in one body. That's the reason all his manifestations and plays are called Tiruvilayadal or Leela. And due to his causeless, limitless compassion, Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramparu is manifesting in all his glory as Purnavatara through this being, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam as Nijavatara. From the Shuddhadvaita Paramashiva Sayuchya Samadhi space, Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramparu will be manifesting through this supreme manifestation. Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramparu will give darshan, bless and shower boons as Leela. Sundareshwara Paramashiva himself has come down again in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva as Swamiji, just to continue his legacy and Leela. To continue being available to all of us, playing his divine Leela, performing miracles in the lives of his devotees, attending to our prayers, and continuing the legacy as ruler of the whole of Madurai. Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam as the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam and as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, guiding the whole of humanity. And when you witness the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, your neurons mirror that of the avatar. Mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. That is, our entire body, silently and without movement, recreates what is happening in distances far away and experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. As an effect of the mirroring neurons, all the powerful cognitions and powers of Bhagavan Sundareshwara are mirrored in you. Let us now understand what is the God equation as revealed by Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva. Sundareshwara Paramashiva has revealed, exhale intensely whatever you have, Paramashiva will inhale in you, is the God equation. Nothing is more powerful than power manifestation science. It is the most exciting spiritual science. When you decide to manifest powers again and again and again, you know Paramashiva is within you and he is manifesting. You fall in love with Paramashiva every minute. If he manifests, you know he's real and he is manifesting. Even if you don't manifest what you declared, you will manifest the Gnana and Vijnana, the knowledge and understanding. Possibilities and powers of Paramashiva will manifest in you now. And let us now understand and learn more about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is giving us this beautiful and powerful science of manifestation and guiding humanity to this superconscious breakthrough. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sarvanya Pita, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Pontiff of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham, which is the Tondai Mandala Adinam. He is the incumbent emperor of Surya Vamsha Surangi Samrajyam. He is the present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, the Pontiff of Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sarvanya Peetham. He is the present Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order. So here you can see some pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Pontiff Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham, which is the Tondai Mandala Adinam. And here you can see some pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism performing various rituals as the incumbent emperor of Surya Vamsha Surangi Samrajyam. And here you can see some pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the coronation and celebrations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the incumbent emperor of Surya Vamsha Surangi Samrajyam. Here you can see some pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being coronated as the present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, the Pontiff of Kailasonatha Shamala Peetham of Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sarvanya Peetham of Madurai, which is the oldest Hindu papal state and the monastic kingdom. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated at the age of 34 in the year 2012. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated and assumed the responsibilities as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai in the year 2012 at the age of 34. So you can see more pictures here where he is assumed the responsibilities and performing the duties and rituals as the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam. Here are some pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the present Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order, being chosen as the Mahamandaleshwar and being honored by the sadhus, the Mandaleshwars and the Mahamandaleshwars, the leaders of the Akhadas at Kumbh Mela. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar, the head of all spiritual leaders of Atal Akhada, which is the ancient epics body of Hinduism. He is the present 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam. He is elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1000 Hindu leaders, pontiffs. And here you can see pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with various leaders of the Akhadas Parishad and with his Balasans, the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans and Sannyasis. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also honored as the leader, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader, reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including the Rudra Kanyas, the Rudras, the Rishis, the Rishikas, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, Sannyasis, establisher of the largest Hindu university, the Kailasas Nithyananda Hindu University in the world, with satellite campuses in over 150 countries, establisher of 1000 plus Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems, founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvagyapitas, collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, over 20 million digital. And here you can see the various spiritual de facto embassies of Kailasa established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, over 22 Hindu universities, more than 38 temple monastic complexes, 19 kingdoms or Sarvagapitams, 120 temples, 34 satsang temples, 186 extended campuses of Nithyananda Hindu University, 2,175 Paramashivoham shakas, 25 e-Kailasas, 5,334 healing centers, 418 Paduka Mandirs, 242 Nithyananda Gurukuls, 1,898 youth centers, 1,898 ASP centers, 2,175 satsang centers, 22 Nithyananda Jnanalayas, 12 animal shelters. All of these spiritual de facto embassies of Kailasas have been established globally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And here you can see a pictorial representation of the peace walks of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which has covered over 100,000 kilometers and has gifted the signs of spiritual healing to more than 2 million human settlement. So here you can see from the year 2000, the various Padayatras and the world tours, the various yatras undertaken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the peace walks, where millions have benefited from the science of spiritual healing. So the Padayatra in the year 2000, which covered over 15,000 kilometers, The World Tour Yatra, which covered over 4,000 kilometers, the Himalaya Yatra, which covered over 5,060 kilometers, the Himalaya Yatra in the year 2005, which covered over 7,000 kilometers, the Kodikan Ratha Yatra, which covered 960 kilometers, the Himalaya Yatra again, which covered over 6,000 kilometers, the Cambodia Yatra, which covered over 1,000 kilometers, the Himalaya Yatra again, which covered more than 6,000 kilometers, the Kodikan Ratha Yatra again, which covered 960 kilometers, the Himalaya Yatra, which covered 5,608 kilometers, the Himalaya Yatra, which covered 4,580 kilometers, the Tiruvannamalai Yatra, which covered 300 kilometers after the year 2010, the Kailash Yatra, which covered 600 kilometers, the India Tour Yatra, which covered over 5,000 kilometers, the Bali Yatra, which covered over 1,000 kilometers, and the Vijaya Yatra, which covered over 300 kilometers. So these are the various yatras from the year 2000 till date that the Supreme Court of Hinduism has undertaken as the peace walks to bless and spiritually heal humanity, and more than 2 million lives have benefited from these peace walks. And Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parampurul is the manifestation of the beauty of the cosmos in flesh and bones. Irayanar Sundareshwara is the embodiment of superconsciousness expressed in the human body, playing with all the and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parampurul as the complete manifestation of Paramashiva, assumes physical, subtle, light bodies as and when he wants as his divine manifestation. He plays with all the physical reality and corrects, alters, intervenes, influences, changes, adds, removes, deletes anything in this physical plane as he likes without even a reason. Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parampurul is the greatest, unique, and complete manifestation of Paramashiva. Sundareshwara is the embodiment of superconsciousness expressed in the human body, playing with all his glory. He came down as the most handsome form to marry Devi Meenakshi and administer the city of Madurai. The kingdom of Madurai, known as Kailasonta Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam, the oldest Hindu papal state and enlightenment ecosystem, was established by Paramashiva. The kingdom of Madurai was later revived by Lord Sundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi, who, as the deities and incarnates of Paramashiva, ruled over Madurai, revived the foundation pillars of it as the highest living stream of spiritual sciences. And to ensure this tradition continues to elevate humanity for millennia, they enthroned their direct representatives and their divine energies in the form of the continuing lineage of living masters, the Guru Mahasannidhanas, with the responsibility to train and groom the kings in administration, constitution, and governance, acting as regents. They also performed the spiritual initiations on the kings and the citizens of the kingdom, imparting the enlightenment science to them. And here you can see the pictures of Devi Meenakshi and Bhagwan Sundareshwara and their enthroned direct representative Tirughyana Sambandha. And this lineage of living masters is also described in this verse, which says, Guru Paramparayatam Adrishtam Sarvavadibihi Bhavabandha Vimokshatam Paramam Sarvatomukham. And this supreme discipline of Adi Shaiva tradition has been coming down through the continuous lineage of the Guru disciple, the Adi Shaiva Guru Parampara, from time immemorial. This has been formulated for the attainment of complete liberation from the repeated phenomenon of birth and death. This is supreme in its kind and concerned with the ultimate benefit of all the souls. And here you can see the pictures of the lineage of Guru Mahasannidhanams of the Kailashonatha Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita. So here we have the pictures of the 288 Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita Srila Shri Arumugha Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal, and the 289th Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita Rao Bahadur Srila Shri Swaminatha Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal, and the 290th Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita Srila Shri Swaminatha Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal, and the 291st Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita Srila Shri Somasundara Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal. And now, the lineage of living masters continues. Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam's rare and sacred lineage of pontiffs has been systematically carried over in an unbroken progression from ages. The chosen emissaries of Lord Paramashiva and Devi Parashakti, the Guru Mahasannidhanams, the pontiffs of Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam, are the direct representatives of the cosmos. So here you can also see the 292nd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam Srila Shri Aruna Girinatha Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal, and now the present 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam Bhagavan Srila Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal, the Supreme Pontiff of Buddhism. On the 27th of April 2012, Srila Shri Nithyananda Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal was formally appointed as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita, and is the lawful successor, descendant and inheritor invested with all the powers, duties, obligations to perform the rituals, spiritual, religious and customary rites vested in the Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita, has been reviving its spiritual, religious and linguistic epicenters to its original glory. And let us now watch a short video which describes the history of the Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita, the Madurai Adinam, which is the world's oldest Hindu establishment.
The ancient temple town of Madurai in southern India boasts of a 2,500-year-old history of spirituality. Historians trace Madurai's existence back to the 3rd century BC, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities of the world. Legend says that Madurai was established Cosmic Mother herself, who incarnated as Princess Meenakshi, daughter of the pious king Malayadwaja Pandian. An able queen and a fearless warrior, Meenakshi expanded her empire right up to Kailash in current China. But when she came face to face with the Lord of Kailash, Shiva himself, she recognized him as her eternal consort and dropped her arms to become Shiva's companion for life. Along with Shiva, also known as Sundareshwara or the Beautiful Lord, Meenakshi reigned over her kingdom for a glorious 166 years. In course of time, with the rise of Jainism as a religious force, Madurai too fell to its powerful influence, and Shaivism all but vanished from the sacred kingdom where Shiva himself had once walked the earth. The renaissance of Shaivism in Madurai was the sacred task of a child incarnation, Tirunjana Sambandar, one of the 4 visionary saints of Shaiva Siddhanta tradition. The story goes that as a baby, Tirunjana Sambandar was once nourished by the milk of enlightenment from the Cosmic Mother herself. This child prodigy arrived in Madurai to effortlessly defeat the learned Jain monks with his wisdom, healing powers, and spiritual prowess, and restored Madurai to her beloved religion, Shaivism, by reviving the ancient Madurai Adinam and the Meenakshi temple, which had fallen to desolate ruin. Madurai Adinam is today the world's oldest living Hindu organization, with a recorded history alone spanning a glorious 1,500 years and an unbroken lineage of illustrious pontiffs to this very day. Over the centuries, Madurai Adinam has been patronized by the likes of Tipu Sultan, Robert Nobili, and the poet Saint Vallalar. The pontiff of the Madurai Adinam is known by the title Guru Mahasannidhanam and inherits the responsibility of carrying forward the traditions of Tirunjana Sambandar's sacred work. On 27th April 2012, a new era began in the history of Madurai Adinam. The 292nd Pontiff, Sri Shri Arunagirinatha Jnana Sambandha Desika Paramacharya Swamigal, guided by intuition and inducement by Lord Shiva, coronated a charismatic young saint as the 293rd Pontiff of the Madurai Adinam. An accomplished yogi, a pragmatic social visionary, and an adept in mystical sciences, His Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda as a divine incarnation by millions worldwide. Within weeks of his ascent to the sacred throne, he brought about sweeping changes to the Adinam, including the renovation of the ancient monastery, Annadan, free food for thousands every day, free medical camps, yoga classes, scriptural study, spiritual healing, and meditation programs. The traditional Adinam now has a website, and thousands participate in the morning worship and spiritual talks via live streaming and two-way video conferencing. Vast properties belonging to the Adinam are being reclaimed from illegal encroachment. Its numerous temples are being restored to sanctity, and the neighboring villages are being adopted with basic amenities, education, and medical care being provided for all. His Holiness dreams of an authentic Vedic renaissance for which India has already waited too long.
Here, I take the commitment of making Madurai Adinam as an international religious organization. We will fulfill all the responsibilities of Madurai Adinam, make Hindu tradition, Saiva tradition alive
revived, lived, celebrated all over the world.
With a brand new pontiff at its helm, Madurai Adinam promises to be more than just another traditional monastery, as a whole generation turns to spirituality for answers. The changes at Madurai Adinam mirroring role of spiritual organizations today as power centers and guiding forces, forging the enlightened government of the new world. The
Today, for all of humanity, out of the billions of people on planet Earth, we are the most blessed people. For us, Sundareshwara is not a history, he's a happening. Sundareshwara Paramashiva himself has come down again in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Buddhism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, as Swamiji, the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, to revive Hinduism, to continue being available to all of us, playing his divine Leela, performing miracles in the lives of his devotees, attending to our prayers, and continuing the legacy as ruler of the whole of Madurai, Shamalapeta Sarvanipiti, as the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, and as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, guiding the whole of humanity. Bhagavan Paramashiva assumed the physical body 11 times in Madurai just to perform his divine Leelas. Each action the divine energy performs, and if you connect with that energy, he gives you the same blessing. Understand, Sundareshwara is the energy of Leela, playfulness. Let us now learn more about one of the Leelas of Bhagavan Sundareshwara. This is the Leela of healing the Pandyan king's fever. Pandyanukku Jwaram Teerthapadanam. And here we can see a pictorial depiction of the various Leelas of Bhagavan Sundareshwara. In the Tiruvilayadal Puranam, which is a collection of 64 16th century Shaivite devotional epic stories written by Paranjoti Munivar. The Tiruvilayadal Puranam described the actions of Bhagavan Paramashiva on earth in a number of disguises to test his devotees. So each of Sundareshwara's dimensions are recorded as his one Leela. And in the Vedic tradition, we have 64 different arts. Each leader, a complete being, has to master the 64 arts. In that, even horse riding is one. The mastery in medicine, mastery in surgery, mastery in painting, mastery of dance. Each Leela of Sundareshwara proves his mastery on each art. There was never ever such an amazing imagination or visualization of the ultimate without reducing its Ananta Kalyana Gunas into human level. And here you can see a video where Swamiji has spoken about the Shiva Leelas, and this video is available on the YouTube channel, Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. We invite each one of you to watch this beautiful narration of Shiva Leelas as narrated by Swamiji. So let us now understand more who are the Nayanmars. The Nayanars or the Nayanmars were a group of 63 saints living in Tamil Nadu during the third, who were devoted to Paramashiva. The list of Nayanmars was initially compiled by Sundarar or Sundaramurti Nayanar, and in his poem Tirutondatugai, he sings in 11 verses the names of the Nayanar saints up to Karaikal Ammayar and refers to himself as the servant of servants. The list goes into the detail of the lives of the saints, which were described in detail in works such as Devaram. And Paramashiva assumed the physical body 11 times in Madurai just to perform his divine leelas. And each action the divine energy performs becomes an independent entity. If you connect with that energy, he gives you the same blessing. And understand, Sundareshwara is the energy of leela, playfulness. The best way to connect with Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva is through leela dhyana. And today, let us meditate on the 62nd leela from the Shiva Leela Arnava, Pandyanakku Jwaram Tirthapadanam, the leela of healing the Pandyan king's fever. And these verses from the Shiva Leela Tantra describe this Shiva Leela of the 62nd Shiva Leela, which is the Leela of healing the Pandyan king's fever. And these verses describe that in the clan of Arimathana Pandya king, a king who was known for his magnanimity and who stood tall due to his widespread fame, was born with hunchback. Hence, people called him Poon Pandyan, the Pandya king with the hunchback. Though the king Poon Pandyan took birth in the Pandya clan, which had deep devotion for Paramashiva, due to the ill effect of his long association with the Samanar, the people who used misunderstood ideas of Jainism to spread violence, he had not only fallen in their trap, but had received the initiation too. So what to do? It is difficult to revert from the association with the wicked people. and in a clan consisting of great devotees of Paramashiva, which was quite sincere and integrated in observing the truths revealed in Vedas and performing the duties prescribed in the Vedas without any hindrance, a boy by name Jnanasambandar was born. Goddess Parvati herself protected the child by feeding her breast milk, who was once struggling without his biological mother. After this incident, people are addressing the child as Jnana Sambandan or Jnana Puranan, as the child got enlightened at the childhood itself by the grace of Goddess Parvati. The child, who was the pride of the Brahmin community, was the reincarnation of Lord Muruga. During the childhood itself, he learnt all the scriptures, and keeping the Upanishads, the Hindu scriptures which reveal the underlying truths, as the testimony, he clearly explained the supremacy of Lord Shiva. Jnana Samandar, being the embodiment of tattvas like sacred ash, Rudraksha, and the Shadakshara mantra, the Sharavana Bhava of Lord Muruga, was considered as an enlightened being, and some people worshipped him as a result of their good deeds in the past births and won over the evil attacks of the Kali Yuga. While the king Kun Pandyan's clan was surrounded by the harmful darkness of ignorance due to the preaching of the Samanar Acharyas, the queen and the minister remained deeply devoted to Paramashiva, who adorned his matted locks with the crescent moon. Both the queen and the minister, who had incomparable and deep devotion at the lotus feet of Jnana Sambandar, explained to him about the position of the king and tried to save the king, who was drowned in the heat of the dilapidated well, which is the deep ignorance. Once King Kun Pandyan was attacked by extremely high fever and was struggling. All the efforts taken by the Samanar Acharyas for the king to heal the king were unsuccessful. At that time, for the sake of the king's health, the queen herself very much pleaded with Jnana Sambandar, the enlightened master. The enlightened master Jnana Sambandar, while entering the king's palace, remembered the form of Lord Shiva, who always remains cool due to the oozing out of the nectar from the crescent moon adorning his crown, and meditated upon the sacred truth, Shivoham, I am Shiva, in his inner space for a moment, and looked at the king, who was affected by the heat of high fever. He showered his grace on the king through his eyes. Saint Jnana Sambandar, who was established in the state of enlightenment, which is beyond all the rules and regulations of ashrama dharma, the duties of the 4 stages of life as per the Sanatana Dharma, smeared the sacred ash on the forehead of the king as a result of the good deeds performed by the king in his previous births. He also applied the sacred ash on the chest of the king with his right hand, which had worshipped the divine feet of Lord Shiva. While applying the sacred ash, Jnana Sambandar also sang the divine and healing verse Tirunitrupadika. On receiving the sacred touch of the divine hands of Jnana Sambandar, which is described in the Rudram, the Vedic chant of Lord Shiva, as the most auspicious, the most holy, and the healing medicine of the three worlds. The king got rid of the high fever instantly. As the heat existing in the stomach was spreading all over the body, the king was suffering. When the king got rid of that suffering, the queen too became happy about the complaint of the king. She rejoiced that not only the physical got healed, but the religious heat of the summoner, the people who had used misunderstood ideas of Jainism to spread violence, was also put off in the king's life. The physical heat which got removed from the king's body by the graceful eyes of Jnana Sambandar got doubly evolved in the heat in the hearts of the Jain monks. And 80,000 Jain monks were living in the 8 mountains all over the earth. They were adept in many various forms of pranayama. When they got defeated by Jnana Sambandar while curing the physical illness of the king, the wandering devotee of Lord Shiva, they decided to win over him by debating with him. Hence, all of them gathered in Madurai. Jnana Sambandar was an expert in various fields like Vyakarana, Mimamsa, Tarka, and was well versed in the philosophies of Upanishads. The moment Jain monks approached him to start their debate, they got stuck mentally and became speechless. Vedic religion is proved categorically right by the justifications and the philosophy like Mimamsa Shastra, and is well established by the inquiries of the Tarka Shastra. Leaving aside all the valuable justifications, the Jain monks wanted to win over Jnana Sambandar just by their mere faith. And let us further see the description of this Leela. So, Kun, or bent back in Tamil, Kun Pandyan, was a great king conquering the Cheran and the Cholan. He married Mangayar Karasi, the daughter of the Cholan. Pandyan was deeply involved in the Jain religion and spoke low of Shaiva traditions. Mangayar Karasi, a great lady, a woman with the stature of a sage, was a Shaivite. During this period, people belonging to the Jain sect, the Samana Matam in Tamil, entered into Madurai and settled down there. King Nedumaran got attracted towards the Jain sect. He announced an order that all his citizens should follow the Jain sect. This gave a shock to his wife and the minister Kulachirayar, but they did not have the courage to talk to him on this matter with the great king, and the people were afraid to come to Meenakshi Amman temple in Madurai. The Queen Mangayar Karasi decided to pray to Lord Sundareshwara and talk to him on this worst state of affairs. She took the minister Kulachirayar along with her to the temple and prayed to God. At that moment, a Brahmin came inside the shrine. The Brahmin saluted the queen and said, "O queen, I am residing in the Chola country. I am on my visit to various divine places, thinking of worshipping Lord Sundareshwara of Madurai. I inquired with people here as to why no one is there in this temple. I became sad on hearing that the citizens are following the Jain sect and hence no one is visiting this temple. The queen immediately wrote a letter and said, "Oh, Brahmin, somehow or the other, please hand this letter over to Jnana Sambandar. Ask him to visit Madurai." The Brahmin who came to know that Jnana Sambandar is staying at Vedaranyam, Tirumuraikadu, went there. And immediately after reading the manuscript given by the queen, the letter given by the queen, Jnana Sambandar decided to visit Madurai. Tirunavukkarasar, another saint, said to him, "O Lord, you may not be knowing the Jains. I, the one who was affected by them, know about Jainism. Further, the planetary positions are not conducive for journey. Please start on an auspicious day." And Jnana Sambandar replied to him, "O Lord, we are the slaves of Paramashiva. When Paramashiva is there behind us, what can these planets do?" Then he immediately sang the song, "Veyuru Tolpangan Vidamunda Kandan Nalla Veenai Thiravi." Even today, those who feel that they will be affected by the adverse position of planets in their birth chart sing this song. And without bothering about the planetary positions, Jnana Sambandar immediately left for Madurai. Mangayarkarasi felt very happy on the arrival of Jnana Sambandar. They got angry and decided to burn the house to kill Jnana Sambandar. Sambandar got infuriated. He immediately sang a collection of songs, the Padikam, beginning with the lines Cheyanna Meviya. Sambandar then went to see the Pandyan king. On hearing this, the Jains told the king, "O king, the Sambandar will not be able to cure this disease. We will cure it now in just 5 minutes." The king shouted, "O Jains, just remain aloof. Let Sambandar alone give me the treatment." Sambandar said, "I do not want any other thing. Just bring some ash from the kitchen of the temple." The ash was brought. Sambandar made the king understand that your consciousness does not need to shrink. Because of this idea, everything is going to become ash. Listen. But your consciousness is beyond anything you see. Initiating him into this tattva of life and giving the ash as a prasada, when the tattva started spreading and expanding in Poon Pandyan's consciousness, the shrinking body stood up, the hunchback was cured, and he expanded and became known as Nindrasir Nedumaran Nayanar. And today, Bhagavan Sundareshwara himself has come down as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us now watch a video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spoken about the Shiva Leelas. So let us now watch this video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has spoken about the various leelas of Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva.
Let us start today's satsang in Bhagavad Gita, 4th chapter, Jnanakarma Sannyasa Yoga, 32nd verse.
एवं बहुविधाः यज्ञाः विताथा ब्रह्मणो मुखे कर्मजान् विद्धितान् सर्वान् एवं ज्ञात्वा विमोक्ष्यसे.
Evam bahuvitaha yajñaha vitata brahmano mukhe karmajan viddidan sarvan evam jnatva vimokshase. Translation: thus worship of the divine energies is performed in various ways. In the beginning of expansion, understand that all of them originate in actions. Knowing this, you will be liberated. Sri Krishna is revealing some of the mystical secrets. How various energies come into existence, how by connecting with them your expansion is possible. Please understand, one example I wanted to give. Brahma, in Hindu stories, Hindu Purana, Brahma becomes egoistic. So, Shiva's extension comes out as Kala Bhairava and cuts Brahma's head, removes the ego of Brahma and makes Brahma enlightened. This action, Shiva's energy coming out and removing the ego of Brahma and making him enlightened, this action becomes Kala Bhairava. So when you connect with Kala Bhairava and start worshipping the divine energy called Kala Bhairava, he removes your ego also and gives you enlightenment. Same way, Veerabhadra, Shiva's energy expanded and destroyed the collective negativity of Daksha, which causes suffering for himself and for others. Many times, your pain body becomes so strong, knowingly you cause suffering to you and to others. Even though you know you are causing suffering to you and to others, but the pain pattern is so strong, you can't escape. I can see very clearly. So many people, they know if they are out of me, if they are away from me, they are going to create suffering for themselves. But their ego, arrogance is so strong, they can't live. They can't live around me. I have seen so many times, even devotees, they know if they listen to my teachings and live, they will be out of their sufferings and torture they are doing to themselves and to others. But they don't want. Daksha represents the negativity which causes suffering to yourself and to others. Shiva's energy which came out and destroyed the Daksha's negativity is Veerabhadra. Understand? Veerabhadra did not kill Daksha. He gave life back to Daksha. So this energy which destroys your negativity of giving suffering to yourself and to others is called Veerabhadra. If you connect with this divine energy and pray, feel connected, you will see in you also the pain body, the patterns which create suffering for yourself and others will be destroyed. It's a beautiful verse. Eva Bhuvita Brahmano Mukhe Karmajan Vididan sections. Same way, if you are frozen, closed, then start connecting with Krishna, who is doing Rasa Leela, who just opened himself to the whole universe. Understand? Krishna's Rasa Leela did not happen just with Gopikas. It happened with the plants, trees, rocks, Yamuna, whole thing. And the Purnima Chandra, the full moon, with whole, he had Rasa Leela. His Rasa Leela was enjoyed by the whole existence. Gopikas were also happened to be there, that's all. It was not concentrated towards Gopikas. It was with the whole. So if you are frozen, having the sickening suffocation, many times people do have this sickening suffocation. Come on, then expand. It is time. You meditate on Rasa Leela Krishna. So each action of divine, each action of an incarnation becomes independent energy by itself. Shiva's one action, cutting Brahma's head and giving him enlightenment, it became an independent energy called Kala Bhairava. Shiva's one action of killing the negativity of Daksha and liberating him from negativity and negative patterns became independent divine energy called Veerabhadra. Shiva's one action of teaching in silence to Sanagadi rishis and giving them enlightenment becomes Dakshinamurti. Just each action of divine becomes one form, one energy. Understand? When Shiva assumed the body and married Meenakshi and ruled this Pandya kingdom, he became Sundara Pandya. That action became an independent energy of Sundara Pandya. Just yesterday, I was reading the Akashic records, the night. I verified again and again. Earlier when I was seeing, I felt he has taken 3 bodies. Yesterday I saw he has taken more than 11 bodies. Only to play in and around Madurai. Please understand, in this way, no other geographical place is equivalent to Madurai, where Shiva has taken 11 bodies to play just in Madurai. See, in one body he has played in many places. That record is there. When he assumed one body, he has gone to many places and did his leelas. In one body, doing leelas in 11 places, there are enough records. But 11 bodies to do leelas in one place, only in Madurai's history, the record is there. More than 11 bodies he has assumed at different times to play the leelas. The leela he performed, the first body he assumed to perform the Leelas in Madurai is marrying Meenakshi. To marry Meenakshi and all the Leelas related to that time, marrying Meenakshi and bringing Vaigai to Madurai, all those Leelas were performed in one body. That body is directly under the Sundareshwara's Linga. In the main Garbha Mandir, under the Sundareshwara Linga, that body is resting. It is there in Jiva Samadhi. And second, he has assumed one more body to build embankment for Vaigai river and converting all the foxes into horse to save his disciple Manikyavasagar. All those Leelas, around 40 years he was in that body and performed many Leelas. That body is resting in our property near Dinamani Takis. There is a place in Madurai, near Dinamani Takis, there is a Samadhi inside Madurai Adinam property. It is called Sundaranar Samadhi. And Sundarananda's Jiva Samadhi, people used to think it is one of the 18 Siddhas. It is not one of the, of course, it is one in the 18, but Shiva himself assumed the human body and performed. 40 years he was in that body. That body is resting in Madurai. The place is opposite to that Takis. There is a property, belongs to Madurai Adinam property. There he is resting. And the third body, which he assumed to give sugar cane to stone elephant, and stone elephant ate that sugar cane. For that Leela, he assumed one more body that is there inside the temple under the Samadhi of, under the shrine of Ellamalla Sittar. Under his Murti, that third body is there. Still, I am not able to trace the other places of the remaining 8 bodies. Cosmically, where are they? But in the Madurai map, I am not able to pinpoint where the remaining 8 bodies are. Soon I will study the Madurai map and overlap my cosmic map on Madurai map and give you guys the exact points where the bodies he assumed are resting and radiating. I tell you, if you see from this angle, no other place, even in Kailash, is only one body is resting. There are 1 lakh enlightened beings' bodies are resting. That is different. But his own, the body which he used, only one body is resting. In Varanasi, 2 bodies are resting. Even in Thiruvannamalai, only one body, Arunagiri Yogeshwara's body, only is resting. I was shocked when I read yesterday the Akashic records. 11 bodies he has assumed. I tell you, Madurai was his honeymoon place. It was his favorite. Somehow, Madurai people had a very close, hearty connection with Mahadeva. Even for small things, he will assume a body. Come here and play. This was the place where he was very playful and joyful without any of the so-called social laws, regulations, rules and the dharma which he himself created. Here, he has broken the laws he created as per the planets. He has changed the planets for Madurai people. He has changed the teachings for Madurai people. He has changed the social laws for Madurai people. He has broken all the moral rules for Madurai people. He has done everything possible. Socially accepted, unaccepted, legal, illegal, dharmic, adharmic. In which Shastra it is dharmic? You convert the wolves into horses and sell them, and after you sell and go away, all the fellows, they become overnight, they become again wolf and bite and kill all the remaining horses who are there. And that poor king is now pauper. In which dharma it is accepted? In which Shastra it is accepted? He has done everything possible. He comes down as a worker for the old lady, saying that, see, once there was a flood, huge flood in Vaigai river, and king ordered all the citizens of Madurai should take up one portion and cover it with mud and build an embankment. So all of them have taken up one portion. One old lady, Vandi, her job is that making idli and puttu. Puttu is those days breakfast. She will make all this and sell for people. Still now, in Madurai it is a very fast business. Go out in the night, you will see hundreds of shops. The outside street, they will be making these idlis and selling, breakfast and selling. It is still their tradition. Now it is called Kushbu idli. In those days, it's a tradition of Vandi. So she used to make this pittu and sell breakfast. She did not get anybody to cover her portion, and she herself can't do. She is too old. She prays to Sundareshwara. This whole city, still now, any problem, the only person they turn to is Sundareshwara. They don't trust anybody else. They just turn towards Sundareshwara. And she's the old lady. She can't get a worker to fill her portion, to do her job. She turns towards Sundareshwara. Oh Chokanada, Sundareshwara. This guy would have just one thought, the whole Vaigai would have had embankment automatically. He does not do that. He comes down, assuming human body and bargaining with that lady. You should give me the pittu as much as I want, but I will work only for 3 hours. He says, I will work only for 2 muhurta. 1 muhurta is 1.5 hours. I will work only for 2 muhurta, but you should give me as much as I want. This poor lady, she doesn't have anybody else. So she says, all right, go ahead. You can see what is puttu. Come on, show me. This is puttu. Those days, breakfast. So she doesn't have anybody else. So no other option. She accepts the bargain. This fellow finally finishes eating everything she cooked. After that, it doesn't work. He goes there and lies in bed. So he goes and lies down in the banks of Vaigai. I also traced the palace he had in Vaigai. Just in between, the mid of the water, he had a palace where he used to drink with that, all the bhutas. He was not a womanizer. He used to drink and gamble. He will have all these bhutas around and they will play the dice. He will gamble with them. Finally, what is there? Finally, he will cheat all of them. And he was not a womanizer, but he used to drink and gamble. Anyhow, so he went and lie down in the bank of Vaigai. King comes in the evening to see whether the embankment work is done. He sees all parts have been covered except his portion, the Vandi's portion. King got very annoyed and asked whose potion it is. They said this is Vandi, old lady's potion. He asked, naturally she won't be able to do. Who is doing for her? They showed this guy has been employed by her, but from morning he is not doing anything, he is just lying there. So king calls him and asks, who are you? This fellow says, who are you to ask me this? King says, I am the king of this Madurai. He says, that is the way so many people are thinking, but actually I am the king. There was a strong argument. Finally, king was very angry and he took his sengol, the golden staff with which he rules the country, and gave a strong blow in the back of Sundareshwara. When that beating fell on Sundareshwara, when that stick fell on the Sundareshwara, at that same moment he showed to the king, he is the Antaryami, indweller of every being, cosmos. So the whole world, whole universe, including himself, had that beating. The whole cosmos, including the king, had the mark of that golden staff, scepter, golden scepter's mark, and king was shocked. There he sees Sundareshwara standing with Meenakshi and smiling. King realized who came to play in the form of a worker, and he fell at the feet of Sundareshwara, asked him to apologize. Then Sundareshwara says, just because of Vandi's feeling connection, to please her, to eat her food, to enjoy her puttu, breakfast, I came and I enjoyed. He liberated, he gives enlightenment to Vandi and blesses the king and disappears. Till the end, he has not done his job. He did not do the job of building the embankment to the Vaigai. Casual leelas. Not one or two. 64 leelas. God. I know for sure he would have done at least 64,000. And Paranjodi Munivar, the compiler, was able to collect only 64, representing all the 64,000s of leelas. The body with which he has performed this leela, especially blessing the Vandi and converting the wolves into horses, foxes into horses, that season, around 40 years, he has performed some more leelas. That body was used by him for 40 years. That body is resting in Madurai Adinam's property. I have taken the blessings of the 292nd Guruma Sannidhanam to build that into a beautiful, huge temple. You can see the scene of Sundareshwara coming and eating the puttu of Vandi, the old lady. When I remember, God, this very land, he has taken 11 bodies and walked. These very roads, he would have walked and sold the firewood. These very roads, he has walked and sold bangles. This very road, he walked and sold diamonds. I'm really going crazy. This very Vaigai, he created this very Vaigai. He himself came and built embankment, at least acted as building embankment. Each action divine energy performs becomes one independent entity. If you connect with that energy, he gives you the same blessing. Understand? Sundareshwara is the energy of Leela, playfulness. Ask him whatever you want. He has broken all the rules. See, there is a law. Only a human body can radiate enlightenment, experience enlightenment. He has broken everything. He has given enlightenment to pigs. He has given enlightenment to bird. He has given enlightenment to cuckoo. He has given enlightenment to swan. Everyone can be assured. He has given enlightenment to pigs. What a Leela. Sundareshwara. Bhagavan explains, Sri Krishna
Yes, so that beautiful narration. Let us now move into receiving the darshan of Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashivam. Let's get ready for the live darshan of Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashivam, Sayujya Samadhi darshan.
explains in
Nithyananda. So let us now get ready for the live Sayujya Samadhi Darshan of Bhagwan Sri Nithyanandeshwara Bhagwan Sundareshwara Paramashiva. And the Shastra Pramana for Bhava Samadhi Darshan. This verse comes from the Malini Vijayottara Tantra, verse 6 says, Kathana Shakti Padat Yadva Padavalokanat Prasadat Swaguro Samyak Prapyate Paramam Padam. The translation of this verse, it says, by the enlightening teachings of the Guru, Kathana, by the Shaktipada, the graceful transmission of the spiritual powers from the Guru, by looking at the sacred feet of the Guru, or by the complete loving favor of the Guru, the Prasada, the ultimate goal and space, the Paramam Padam, is attained. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is not an event in space and time. Rather, darshan happens at the moment when we are lifted out of space and time. During Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. Bhava is defined as directing and activating the emotional and spiritual energy that is created through meditation on the avatar. The brain neurons mirror, activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing and without the physical act of imitation. That is, our entire body, silently and without movement, recreates what is happening distances far away, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. And the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan knows no distance, a phenomenon modern science is just discovering and terms as quantum tunneling. During Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our thoughts per second reduces significantly, and we relax into the space beyond thoughts, thoughtlessness, becoming mentally at ease in coexisting dimensions beyond duality, where we and the divine become one, unconditioned by the parameters of time and space. It is the probability of a quantum particle like an electron with less kinetic energy to cross over the potential energy of an energy barrier. An electron acts both as a wave and a particle. Imagine a scenario: what happens when an electron with less kinetic energy is approaching a hill? Will the electron be able to cross over the potential energy or the peak of the hill? As a particle